observe that sample for DNA instead of performing that test.
You also label them the same. Is that correct? So it kind of makes it easier to refer back and forth in between the reports.
So in the DNA, I'm sorry, for as far as the item name goes, is that what you're...
12.1.1.
Yes, so evidence items that come into the laboratory keep that same item number. So if an item number, for example, item number 1 is a shirt, that same item number 1 shirt is in serology, and any samples they collect from that first number is still going to be item 1, and then they may add an additional number after that for the sample that they collect from that shirt, and that will go forward to DNA.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
May.
I swear I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 169. Can you review that and make sure it is correct?
Yes, this is a copy of a DNA report that I issued in this case.
All right, and you did this report at or near the time of the testing, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to offer into evidence States 169.
No objection. We've seen it.
For all purposes.
It's admitted for all purposes. You may publish.
Thank you. Okay. I'm going to go back to the serology report. Let's start with the DNA report that you did. And I want to, at least start with what was this list of things that were submitted to you.
Yes,
Okay.
This list of evidence items are items that were requested for DNA testing.
Okay. And then all of this was requested for DNA testing, and all of this was tested. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then what you received were blood standards from James Faith Jr. Is that correct, from the autopsy?
Yes, I did receive an autopsy blood standard from James Faith Jr.
And that's important in the DNA testing, correct?
That sample is what we would use to obtain the known DNA profile of James Faith Jr. to compare to the evidence samples.
Okay. Now, can you please explain to the jury how you do your testing?
The process of testing for DNA is we take a small sample from what we're given. So if it's a swab, we take a small cutting from that, and we will add it to a tube, and we add chemicals to that tube. And this will help break open the cells and release the DNA. We will then use more chemicals to clean up that sample to rid it of all the extraneous materials that are found in the cells. And then once we have a purified DNA extract, we will put it on an instrument that tells us how much DNA is present. The next step is then to put the sample through a process on an instrument that kind of functions like a Xerox machine. So it'll make a whole bunch of copies of any DNA that's present in the sample. And then finally, we put that sample onto what we call a genetic analyzer. It's an instrument that helps us to visualize the DNA profile. At that time, we perform that process for all of the evidence samples, as well as the known individuals, for example, the blood standard or a buccal swab standard from any known individuals in the case. We will then look at each sample and determine how many people contributed DNA. Is it from a single source, a single person's DNA profile? Or is it a mixture of DNA from 2, 3, or more contributors? And then once we have looked at all of those evidence DNA profiles, we will then compare the known DNA profiles to see if they're included or excluded.
Okay, so this is what we have on your second page is exactly what you were talking about, whether it's a complete profile, incomplete profile, and a single source.
Yes, this table will tell you the number of contributors, the profile category, what that means on that very right. A single source is from one person. If it is a mixture of DNA, there's different ways we can look at that mixture. If we look at that mixture and determine that one person contributed more DNA than a second person, and we're able to separate out those DNA profiles, then we call that a major minor. So a major contributor, somebody contributed more DNA, and a minor contributor for the person that contributed a lower amount. If we're not able to make that separation, you will see for some of those samples it says simple mixture, and that just means it's a mixture of DNA that was not able to be separated out.
Did you already explain complete versus possibly incomplete?
I have not yet. So for that description of profile column, you have three options that you'll see here: complete, incomplete, or possibly incomplete. So a complete DNA profile means that we are seeing all of the genetic information that we would expect to see for that number of contributors that is in that next column. Incomplete means we know that there's genetic information that's missing. We do not have a complete DNA profile. And possibly incomplete means that we are not able to tell there is potentially genetic information missing. So it's possibly incomplete.
Okay, but you can still test.
Yes, if it's possibly incomplete, that does not mean we can't interpret that DNA profile. It's just a way of describing the profile.
And then on your third, well, 4 of 8, it says 4 of 8. These are basically your conclusions. And what I want to focus on is, well, just generally, you have 2 columns up top, correct? You have the samples with the numbers, and then you have the name James Faith Jr. and then the name Darrin Lopez, correct?
Yes.
You've got excluded,
Yes.
and included, and then a certain number. Can you explain before we get into it what that means?
Yes, so for the individuals tab, those are the people that we were given known DNA standards for to compare to the evidence. As you go down the column for each person, that will tell you if they are excluded as being a possible contributor, so they could not have contributed DNA to that sample, or if they are at any time somebody is included as a possible contributor, we give a statistic. And what that statistic here tells you is that if you were to randomly select an individual and compare them to this DNA profile, what is the number of people that would potentially be included as a contributor in that same way? Those statistics can range from, you see here, there's a number less than 1 in 10 trillion. So that is the strongest statistic that our laboratory reports out. What that means is that if you were to randomly select an individual and compare them to this DNA profile, you would have to have more than 10 trillion people before you'd expect another person to also match that DNA profile in the same way. So to put that into a little bit of perspective, we have just under 8 billion people on the earth right now. So you would have to have more than 1,200 of the earth's populations before you'd expect another person to match in that same way. The statistics can go all the way down to something such as, here you see a 1 in 2 statistic. And what that 1 in 2 means is that, again, if you were to randomly select an individual and compare them to that profile, 1 out of every 2 people would be included in that same way. So, for example, half of this courtroom for a 1 in 2 statistic would potentially be included as a possible contributor.
All right, and what I want to focus on is at the bottom we have 11.7.1. And we have stain swab, and you have quotes, ... slide stop, close quote. Right?
Yes.
Okay, and that slide stop is actually from a swab from a gun, correct?
That sample was submitted to us as a swab. So as we talked about, kind of like the Q-tip that you can picture in your head, it was submitted to the laboratory as a swab that was labeled as slide stop.
Okay, and the conclusions on this one is under James Faith Jr., that swab from the slide stop is the one in more than 1 in 10 trillion. Is that right?
That sample, the results for that sample are that the DNA profile obtained from that sample was from a single male and matched the DNA profile of James Faith Jr. And yes, that statistic for including him in that sample is less than 1 in 10 trillion. So you would have to have more than 10 trillion people before you'd expect another person to also match that DNA profile in the same way.
And it's also just what you said before, the highest possible figure that you report out. Is that correct?
That is the strongest statistic that our laboratory reports out.
Okay. And then under the same 11.7.1 on Darrin Lopez, we have excluded.
That
So
is
his
correct.
genetic profile was not found at all.
He was excluded as being a contributor to that sample.
Okay. And then the same for 12.1.1, we have stained swabs right under 11.7.1, quote, slide/trigger guard. And in that one, we have the same. Under James Faith, we have less than 1 in 10 trillion, the strongest statistic that you report out. And under Darrin Lopez, we have excluded, correct?
Yes, that DNA profile, again, was from a single male that matched the DNA profile of James Faith Jr. with that less than 1 in 10 trillion statistic, and Darrin Lopez was excluded.
Okay. Now, and also, just for the record, because we put this report in the serology report, on page 4 of 7, and again, this is not your report, but it is in evidence. And she did. Under we have 11.007.001, if you can see where my pen is. You'll have to look here. Can you see that on the screen?
Yes.
Or you can turn, it might be on your screen right there as well. Okay.
Yes, and I have that report in front of me as well.
Okay. And so we have that. If you go over, I'm sorry. If you turn the page, the testing performed in this column here, presumptive or confirmatory, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So on 11.7.1, you have presumptive and confirmatory. Would you agree with that?
What those results indicate is that that sample tested positive with the presumptive test for blood. In the confirmatory column, you see a Q, and what that means is quantity not sufficient. So that confirmatory test was not performed because it was determined that there was not enough sample to perform that test. They preserved the sample for DNA.
Okay. And the same thing with 11.7.1 and then 12.1.1. We have the same thing under 12.1.1, swabs, slide trigger guard.
Yes, the serology results for sample 12.1.1 are the same as just discussed. That presumptive test was positive, but not enough quantity to perform the confirmatory test.
Okay, but you can still perform a genetic testing on those swabs.
Yes, we are still able to perform DNA analysis.
Okay, and you were able to get a genetic profile and reach conclusions off those swabs, correct?
Yes, I was.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Webb. I'll pass the witness.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Ms. Webb, did you do anything else other than what you testified to here today?
No, I did not perform any additional testing on other items in this case. I issued this one DNA report.
That's all I have.
You should be finally excused.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor. May I approach before you?
Sure. Hang on one second. Please make sure that you don't have any exhibits in your documents over there. Okay, just check for a state check for a state sticker.
Thank you, Mrs. Webb. Actually, can we still approach? I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Of course you can. a seat, could you please turn and face me and raise your right hand? I swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
Yes, sir.
Please have a seat. So responding to questions from Ms. Mitchell and perhaps also Mr. Sanchez or Mr. Duke to your left, you may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good to see you again.
You too.
Can you please introduce yourself and state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, good morning. My name is Dr. Jessica Dwyer. That's Jessica, D as in dog, Wyer.
And Dr. Dwyer, for whom do you work?
I am a staff forensic pathologist for the Dallas County Medical Examiner's Office, which is a branch of the Southwestern Institute of Forensic Sciences, also known as SWIFS.
All right. And you are a medical examiner?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Can you briefly explain to the jury what a medical examiner does?
So a medical examiner and a forensic pathologist are the same thing, just different names. As a forensic pathologist, our duty is to determine a cause and manner of deaths for deaths that occur within the jurisdiction, namely deaths that occur suddenly, unexpectedly, traumatically, or non-naturally. And we do that by performing postmortem examinations, also known as autopsies.
All right. And generally, how do you start an autopsy?
So the process starts, the body or the decedent is reported to the office. The body is then ordered to our office. It goes to the morgue. And when the autopsy begins, we work side by side with an autopsy technician. The autopsy technician will go and retrieve the body from the cooler. We will weigh and measure the length of the body. We will do radiographs or x-rays, depending on what type of case it is. And then the body is brought to the examination table. And the first part of the autopsy is what's called an external examination. So we will document the condition of the body with photographs before we do anything. So we call those as-is photographs. After that, I start on one corner of the body and work my way up to the head and go down the other side of the body, essentially documenting any evidence of trauma, natural disease, any evidence or any potentially identifying features like hair color, eye color, tattoos, scars, etc. And then once we're done with the external examination, we'll then commence the internal examination, which if you've ever watched a crime show, you've probably been familiar with the Y-shaped incision. We will perform on the chest and the abdomen to access the organs. We will also remove the top of the skull to examine the brain. We examine all of the organs, again, for any evidence of natural disease, trauma, anything pertinent to the case. Following the examination of the organs, the organs get returned into the body, and the autopsy is complete.
All right. May I approach the bench, Your Honor?
Sure.
Okay. Give me 1 second, Dr. Dwyer.
Sure.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
All right. Dr. Dwyer, I'm going to show you this marked as State's Exhibit 170. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did you create this document?
I did, yes.
All right. And you did an autopsy under this IFS number, which I haven't gotten out yet, but IFS 218867. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that IFS number follows all the testing throughout SWIFTs.
Yes, it's the unique identifying number for this decedent.
Okay. And you did this report based on the autopsy of James Spade Jr. You did this report at or near the time of the autopsy, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it has been in custody of SWIFTs.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to offer the evidence. State's Exhibit 170, the autopsy.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admit it. You may publish.
For all purposes, Your Honor. Thank you. show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 2. And then State's Exhibits 171. Through 186. Can you look through those and see if you recognize those photos?
Yes, ma'am.
Those are photos taken during the autopsy, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to offer into evidence State's Exhibit 2 for all purposes, as well as State's Exhibits 171 through 186 for all purposes.
Okay.
You're admitted. You may publish.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Dwyer, let's start with your report. Okay, and again, we have the first page of your report with the IFS number on here, the decedent being James Faith Jr., correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You start with an external examination,
Correct.
okay? And you've already talked to the jury about that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you get the weight and you get the length.
Yes, ma'am.
We move to page 2, and again, you're doing the external examination,
Yes, ma'am.
and then you talk about the evidence of injury. Can you explain the evidence of injury in this particular report?
Yes. So from external examination and subsequently his internal examination as well, there are a total of 7 gunshot wounds that I identified.
All right, and let's go over you have 3 penetrating gunshot wounds of the head.
Yes.
Okay, and do you break those out? All right, let's talk about the 3 penetrating gunshot wounds of the head. Can you explain those?
So the reason why I have 3 kind of clustered in the same description is because they are all within a very similar anatomic area and their wound paths are both intersecting and overlapping. So, you know, to make it easier to explain, the paths are kind of described in aggregate. So there are a total of 3 gunshot wounds of the head. More specifically, there are 3 gunshot entrance wounds on the left side of his head, kind of around the left ear area.
Okay, and we'll get to the photos, but let's discuss in aggregate, if you want to talk about that. But that would be easier to explain.
Sure.
Okay.
You want me to discuss the injuries in aggregate, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so like I said, there are 3 entrance wounds kind of on the left side of his head around the left ear area. In aggregate, there are 3 bullets that penetrate the skin, the subcutaneous soft tissues, and the muscle of this part of the head. They actually fracture the skull, enter what's called the cranium, which is where the brain sits. It penetrates the brain, specifically the cerebral hemispheres and the cerebellar hemispheres, and it transects the brainstem, which is essentially what connects the spinal cord to the brain.
All right, and generally in State's Exhibits 173, 174, 175, and 176, do we show what you're describing in here?
Yes, this is a picture of the left side of his head.
Okay, and can you describe in States 173 what you were taking a picture of?
So There's 3 gunshot wounds. You can't really see the one just above his ear because it's covered by hair, but there is another photo where that has been shaved. But he has a gunshot entrance wound just above his ear. He has one centered on his left external ear, and then he has another one just below the left ear.
Okay. So this is what you were saying. They're very clustered together.
Yes.
And so they're sort of taking the same routes.
Yes.
The bullet goes in.
Yes.
Okay. Here we have State's Exhibit 174. And here we can see better with the head shaved.
Actually, if you turn it to where that large sticker is, yep, that's anatomically correct. So this is a photograph of the gunshot wound that's just above his ear that was previously covered by hair in the picture just before it. And now I have shaved the hair around that entrance wound just so you can see it better.
Okay, and State's Exhibit 175, we get a closer of the one that actually went into the external left ear.
That's correct. Yes.
And then 176, this is going to be the one below the ear.
Yes, ma'am.
So if we go back to 173, it makes a little bit more sense now.
Yes, ma'am.
The gunshot wound up here, the one here, and the one down here.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Can you just generally talk about, do you recover fragments at that point during the autopsy?
Yes.
From this area?
Bullet fragments were recovered from the brain. Yes.
All right. And can you generally talk about the paths of the bullet, or predominantly rightward?
The paths of all 3 bullets are essentially rightward, so from left to right.
Okay. And the injury associated with that?
Yeah, so in addition to the injuries directly caused by the bullets, there are other injuries that are associated, including there's hemorrhage underneath the scalp, there is hemorrhage on the surface of the brain, within the brain, there are fractures of the skull and the base of the skull, and essentially there are also bruises on the brain, or we call contusions of the brain.
Okay. With these 3 gunshots alone, likely you killed him instantly.
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 2. And can you describe what this photo is?
So this is what we call an as-is. I'm sorry, that's not correct. This is an identification photo. So every decedent that we examine will have a photograph of just their face with the unique identifying number assigned to them by our facility. And in the purposes of they need to be identified visually.
Okay, so this number, IFS 218867, is going to correlate with the IFS number on the report.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the IFS number means Institute of Forensic Science.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's go to State's Exhibit 171. Can you describe that picture?
So this is an as-is photograph. Essentially, when we open the body bag, before we do anything with the body, we will photograph the condition of the body. This is the upper half of his body from the head to the trunk, essentially, again, with the unique identifying number for the decedent.
And 172 would just be the bottom half.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, back to the report. We then move, and you separate it out a little more, the gunshot wounds to the trunk.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you go ahead and talk about the gunshot wound, the first gunshot wound to his trunk, where it was?
Yes. So in addition to the 3 gunshot wounds of the head, there are then additional gunshot wounds of the trunk, which is the anatomic area comprising the chest and the abdomen. So I arbitrarily number them for organizational purposes, and the first one that I numbered as penetrating gunshot wound number 1 is on the right side of the upper chest. That's where the entrance wound is.
Okay, is this going to be in States 179?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you describe just exactly what we described before? Path, what you recovered from it, and the injury caused.
Yes, ma'am. So the bullet enters the right side of the chest, goes through the skin, subcutaneous soft tissues, and muscle of the right side of the chest. It then enters the right chest cavity where the lung sits, and it does penetrate a part of the lung, the right hemidiaphragm, which is a sheet of muscle that sits between the lung, or the chest, and the abdomen, and also penetrates the liver. And we did recover a jacketed bullet from the liver. So the path would be backward, downward, and slightly rightward.
Right. Okay, and the injuries associated with this?
Yes. So there is a contusion of the right lung, and there's also blood within the right chest and blood within the abdominal cavity.
Now let's move to penetrating gunshot wound of the trunk number 2.
So
Where it was.
the entrance wound is on the kind of the posterolateral aspect of the left side of the chest. That's where the entrance wound is. The bullet penetrates the skin, subcutaneous soft tissues, and muscles of the left side of the chest. It also enters the left chest cavity where the left lung sits.
Hang on, Dr. Dwyer. I'm just going to show you State's Exhibit number 181. Would this be this one?
Yes, ma'am.
This one up here?
No, the one where the sticker
The bottom?
is. Yes.
Okay, all right. So that's the gunshot wound that we're talking about on the body?
Yes,
in the
ma'am.
trunk, okay?
Sorry, I got lost in my.
That was my fault. I
This
apologize.
is the this is penetrating gunshot wound number 1. The bullet penetrates the skin, subcutaneous soft tissues, muscles of the left side of the chest, enters the left chest cavity. It then penetrates the heart and the descending thoracic aorta, which the aorta is the largest artery in the body. And we recovered a jacketed bullet from these soft tissues kind of around the heart. And so the path of this bullet is rightward, upward, and forward. And injuries associated with this gunshot wound include contusions of the left lung. There is blood within the sac that sits around the heart. And there is hemorrhage within the soft tissues, essentially around the heart and the aorta.
Okay, and the path of this one is rightward, upward, and forward?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you have in here that there are approximately 220 cc's of blood remaining within the pericardial sac. Why do you make a notation of that?
So there's blood within the pericardial sac. So the pericardial sac is what the heart, it surrounds the heart. When it fills with blood, it can sometimes impede the heart from pumping correctly. And I said remaining within the sac because there are holes in the pericardium, so blood is also coming out. So that's all that's remaining, and there is potentially more at one point.
Let's move to penetrating gunshot wound of the trunk number 3. And this is going to be on State's Exhibit 182, where the sticker is. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you do the same as the other ones described?
Yes, ma'am. So this gunshot wound, the entrance is on the lateral aspect of the left side of the chest. This bullet also penetrates the skin, subcutaneous soft tissues, and muscles of the left side of the chest. It actually enters the abdominal cavity, not the left chest cavity, where it then penetrates the left hemidiaphragm, which again is the muscle that sits between the chest and the abdomen, the spleen, the stomach, the omentum, part of the colon, which is the large intestines, the liver, the right hemidiaphragm, and essentially goes out the right side of the chest. And we recovered a jacketed bullet within the right chest cavity. It was just freely floating in the cavity.
Okay, and injuries associated?
Oh, sorry, yes. Again, there's blood within the abdomen. There's about 100 cc's, and there is blood within the right chest cavity.
And then, okay, I'm sorry. And then you have gunshot wound to the right thigh.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You called it perforating gunshot wound to the right thigh.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and this is what we're going to see in State's Exhibit 185?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and can you explain what you mean by perforating gunshot wound to the right thigh?
So the previous gunshot wounds have all been penetrating because they have an entrance and a bullet recovered from the body. Perforating, however, implies that there is both an entrance and an exit wound on the body, so there's no bullet remaining within that bullet track. So the perforating gunshot wound of the right thigh, the entrance is actually in the right groin area. You can see there's a dark circle. That's the entrance wound. That large abrasion that's kind of more oval shaped is just an abrasion from the bullet going against the skin. It's an area where skin folds on skin, so we call that intertriginous skin. So it's just an injury as the bullet is entering the right thigh. So this particular bullet enters the right thigh, penetrates the skin, subcutaneous soft tissues, and muscles of the right thigh, and it exits out the lateral aspect of the right thigh. And so the path is essentially rightward and backward.
And just going back to these gunshot wounds, and I'm sorry, I should have noted this earlier, was there soot or stippling on these gunshot wounds?
None of them have soot or stippling, so we would designate the ranges as indeterminate.
Okay, and indeterminate could mean, can you give any kind of?
Sure. So when we talk about soot or gunpowder stippling, what we always will we will note if it's present or not. When a gun is fired, in addition to a bullet, there is also gas, hot gas, soot, and gunpowder particles that get ejected as in addition to the bullet. And depending how far away the victim is from the gun when it's fired, you may see soot or stippling from the gunpowder particles indicative of how far away the victim may be. In this instance, there is no soot, there is no stippling, so it's either the victim is too far away for there to be, so we would say that it's a distant range, or that there is some sort of intermediary target.
Okay. And let's go to State's Exhibit. I believe you talk about this as additional injuries. Additional injuries under Roman numeral 6 on page 5 of 11, and is that going to be what we see in State's Exhibit 186?
No, that's the exit wound for the gunshot wound of the right thigh.
Okay. So what we were just seeing in State's Exhibit 185.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and this is going to be the exit wound 186.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then can you just discuss any additional injuries?
So these are injuries in addition to the 7 gunshot wounds. Essentially, he has a laceration. A laceration is another word for a gash that's surrounded by an abrasion, which is another word for a scratch, essentially. It's on the right side of his scalp. So it's a laceration that is surrounded by abrasion. He has a couple of small abrasions on his right thigh, an abrasion on his right knee, and a couple of abrasions on his left shin.
Okay. Otherwise, doing the internal examination, otherwise he was a healthy male for his age.
Yes, I mean, he has some underlying cardiovascular disease, but other than that, I did not see anything unusual.
In toxicology, you see none detected.
No substances detected.
And then on page 8 of 11, this is when you do your findings.
Yes.
Okay, with the ranges are indeterminate. You do entrance and exit, direction, and associated injuries on that part, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Before we finish up with that, on State's Exhibit 184, 185, these are on State's Exhibit 177. This is what you recovered from, some of the fragments recovered from the body. Is that correct?
Could you lower it also so I can see what's written? No, the other way. So these are fragments of a jacketed bullet that are recovered from the right side of the brain.
Okay, and State's Exhibit 178.
These are also numerous fragments of a jacketed bullet that are recovered from the brain.
State's Exhibit 180.
This is the bullet that's recovered from the liver.
184.
This is the bullet recovered from the right chest cavity that was freely floating within the cavity.
And 183.
This is the bullet recovered from the soft tissues surrounding the heart that we mentioned previously.
All right, and going back to your report, you finish up with your findings.
I'm sorry. Whose phone is that? Please mute it. Thank you.
In your conclusions, Dr. Dwyer, the cause of death?
Multiple gunshot wounds of the head and trunk.
And manner of death.
Homicide.
You also do two drawings. in this report, correct?
There are 2 body diagrams.
2 body diagrams.
I'm not that
okay.
good at drawing.
Yeah. Be a fun part of the job. Okay, so on this particular page, what are you showing, not to scale?
So this particular diagram shows 4 views of the face, the front, the back, the left, and the right side. And if you look on the top left diagram, that would be the left side of the head. And there are 3 entrance wounds, gunshot entrance wounds that I've designated based on the anatomic area.
Okay, and no exit ones.
Correct.
Okay. Hence where you find all the projectiles in the brain.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then this last page, another body diagram.
Yes.
Okay, and can you, just using that screen, just sort of generally denote what we're looking at, entrance and exit ones?
So it's a little bit busier, but again, the Roman numerals correspond with the order that they're described in the autopsy report. So you can see the gunshot wound on the right side of the upper chest is Roman numeral 2.
Dr. Dwyer, you can use that screen and actually touch it if you want.
Thank you.
Okay.
So Roman numeral 2 corresponds to the gunshot wound on the right side of his chest. The bullet is recovered from the liver. Roman numeral 3 is the gunshot wound on the posterolateral aspect of the left side of the chest. And we recovered the bullet from this area in the chest. And then Roman numeral 4 is the gunshot wound on the left side of the chest, and then the bullet recovery over here in the right chest cavity. And then gunshot wound Roman numeral 5 with the entrance and exit on the right thigh.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Dwyer. I appreciate it. I'll pass the witness.
Thank you.
Cross-examination?
Thank you. Doctor, could you tell how fast he died?
It would have been rapid. Yes.
Almost immediately, probably.
Yes.
That's all I had.
May this witness be finally excused?
This witness may be finally excused.
No objection.
Very good. You may stand down. Thank you very much. Call your next witness, please.
Amber?
Sure. All right.
Back in the jury room at 10 o'clock. Thank you very much. Don't discuss the case among yourselves and don't do any independent research. All rise for the jurors. Presence of the jurors. The state had a motion in limine. Hang on one second. State had a motion in limine. I'm sorry, the defense had a motion in limine. Go ahead, Mr. Duke. The floor is yours.
Judge, the state has tendered some discovery, which includes some text or some chat room messages that occurred on or about April 13th between parties that are not involved in the case.
March 13th.
Or, excuse me, March 13th of 2020.
March 14th.
And March 14th, I think on or about. That the defense would object to the entry of those under Texas Rules of Evidence 401, 403, 404, as well as Article 1, Section 10 of the Texas Constitution, and the 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution. We do not believe they are relevant. They are more prejudicial than probative. They would go to inappropriate character. And we would object to them coming in and ask that specifically, if the court's not willing to exclude them at this time, that at least the state approach before they get into any of those.
All right. And your reply? If you have
Well,
one.
the state believes it's highly relevant. However, the state agrees with the court's ruling and will approach before we decide to get into that.
All right. The record should reflect that we had a discussion off the record before the court informed the parties at the time that I would reserve my ruling until I heard some of the testimony that might be related to or shed some light on what these messages might be. And we're going to call these the chat room messages. Do you have an exhibit that you were intending to introduce that would have these chat room messages that I could review while y'all are asking questions? Do you have something like that or no?
I have a binder.
Yes, Judge, I can show you what we've marked as State's Exhibit 213, what we intend to introduce. These are emails between the parties.
You intend to introduce this binder?
Yes, Judge. And the chat room messages are, it's the second page in the binder, and there are 3 chat room messages there.
Okay, so 3 chat room messages is what we're talking about.
They're lengthy.
Yes, it's 3 chat room related emails, I should say, but they've copied and pasted the entire conversation, or Darrin Lopez has copied and pasted the entire conversation chat room into 2 emails.
All right, and would you have any objection to me reviewing States 213?
No, Judge, we anticipate to coming in.
So I'm going to admit 213 for record purposes at this time. You need to lay the predicate in front of the jury and all that for all the other stuff in here, but I'll look for these chat room conversations. Is that pretty much what I'm looking for?
Yes, it's more of a play, I suppose. Our
Did
story.
you say a
and
play?
A play.
A
yes.
script.
Okay.
That's how it's written, so you'll recognize it.
Donna, Emma, Eric.
Correct.
Okay. Very good. Then are we ready to call the jury?
Right.
Okay, very good. Go ahead, Sheriff.
All rise.
Thank you, Sheriff. Y'all may be seated. Sir, if you would please raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
Yes, I do.
Go ahead, please have a seat. Let me see the lawyers very, very quickly. Still in the state's case in chief. You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Eric Barnes, ERICBARNES.
All right, and Eric, or Detective Barnes, for whom do you work?
I am a Dallas police homicide detective.
And how long have you worked for Dallas Police Department?
17 years,
How long have you been a homicide detective?
going on 12 years.
All right, and did you do anything prior to starting with Dallas Police Department?
Yes, I did. I was enlisted in the United States Army.
That's right before you went to Dallas Police Department?
That's correct.
Okay. In the Dallas Police Department, I'm sorry, you've been in homicide for how long?
Going almost 12 years.
Almost 12 years. Okay, and currently, can you tell the jury what's your assignment at Dallas Police Department Homicide Unit?
I'm assigned to a violent crime task force with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, where I'm a task force officer.
Okay, and what do you do? What do you do in that capacity?
So my typical job description, I will investigate any crimes of violence involving gangs, firearms, and narcotics.
But you still are with Dallas Police Department Homicide Unit.
Yes, two jobs. I basically juggle two jobs.
Okay. And then were you involved in the shooting that happened on October 9th of 2020 at 926 Waverly Place, and the victim James Faith Jr.?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How did you come to be involved?
On October 11th, October 9th, I was at the office while officers were at the crime scene, and Miss Jennifer Faith, who was the victim's wife, and also his stepdaughter were at homicide. I was at the office at my desk just doing my normal stuff, and Miss Faith had a medical episode.
Okay, and what did y'all have to do?
We ended up calling Dallas Fire and Rescue to get her transported to the hospital.
Okay, did you have anything to do with the investigation on that particular day?
No.
All right, when does your involvement begin?
October 11th, I helped Detective Walton. We did a neighborhood canvass around the house where the murder occurred, looking for witnesses and also video footage.
All right, do you also go to the home of Jennifer Faith on October 12th?
Yes.
With Detective Walton and look for and review her camera?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Okay, and just continue on, Detective Barnes, if you can remember, how did you continue with your involvement?
So, in speaking with Detective Walton, there was some difficulties in this investigation, being that a person of interest, Mr. Lopez, lived in a different state. And just based on the laws in Texas, the authority of a peace officer kind of extends to the state boundaries. And by being a part of a federal task force, one of the things, we have jurisdiction over the whole United States. So I was able to offer resources to Detective Walton in terms of prosecution or any assistance on the federal side.
All right, and what was the first thing that you recall doing?
So on November 4th, I spoke with several people, primarily people that I work with here in the Dallas area. I spoke with AUSA Rick Calvert. We came up with a game plan on any assistance that could be provided here in Dallas and also in Nashville. We put together a team of individuals, law enforcement and state, to work a joint investigation on this case because, like I said, it crossed so many state boundaries. We also enlisted the help of several analysts here in Dallas, also in Nashville with the Nashville Field Division, and we worked a financial investigation as well, just supporting the overall homicide investigation.
Okay. And this is because the focus is on Tennessee, because by this point, the person of interest, Darrin Lopez, you guys had figured out lived in Cumberland Furnace, Tennessee, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and that had been pretty well verified.
Yes.
All right, but at some point you want to actually put eyes on him, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and now they've heard a little bit about the federal side of the investigation, but did Walton try to get local law enforcement agencies involved to see if they could see him or his vehicle that you have now at this point in the investigation come to know as a black Nissan Titan with the T sticker on the back?
That's correct.
But they could not because his acreage was too large. Is that correct?
That's correct. The outside of his property, there was a gate, a personal privacy gate, and I believe it was approximately 20 acres. So the house was a good distance away from the road, so he was unable to determine if the truck was parked there.
All right. And before I go on, if Darrin Lopez was in the courtroom today, could you identify him?
Yes, he's a gentleman sitting right here with the yellow button-up shirt.
All right. May the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant in open court.
Record shall so reflect.
Thank you. Okay, so you reach out to the ATF in order to do what, as far as putting some surveillance on the home in Cumberland Furnace?
While we were working the investigation, we believe it'd be a good idea to try to keep tabs on him, to make sure that just get a daily pattern of life for him, and also to catch someone driving the vehicle. So
Go ahead.
So we decided that we would put up pole cameras to remotely watch his travel on two points inside his neighborhood.
Okay, did you also do what's called a flyover?
Yes.
Okay, was that prior to the poll?
However, before we put up the pole cameras, we wanted to actually see if we could get confirmation that a vehicle was still parked at on his property without notifying him that we were looking for it.
All right, and was this flyover actually done?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and what agency was involved with that flyover?
It was coordinated through ATF, but it was the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation that actually did the flyover.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Detective, I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 98, 99, 100, and 101. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and were these photos sent directly to you?
Yes, they were.
And were these photos part of the flyover that you were just discussing?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I would like to offer an evidence State's Exhibits 98 through 101 for all purposes.
No objection.
You're admitted, you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right. Detective Barnes, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 98. Can you show what's relevant in that photo? And I know it's kind of hard to see.
At the bottom right-hand corner of the photograph is a black 2004 Nissan Titan that was used in the murder of James Faith.
Okay, at this point, were you aware that he had the gray Scion?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. In State's Exhibit 99, and you can look at your screen and touch it. I know it's hard to see, but in the what is significant about this photo?
The black Nissan Titan as well is parked at the bottom portion of the picture, and on the lower left-hand side of the rear windshield is a T that we were looking for.
Okay, and you can see it, I think, a little bit better in State's Exhibit 100.
That's correct.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 101. Okay, just an overview.
Yes.
Okay, so once you get confirmation from this flyover that that is his truck and at that house, you guys then, or you and the ATF, then put up the pole cameras. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and do they take photos of that truck exiting or the residence?
Yes, on December 4th, 2020, we actually got the pole cameras installed, and while agents were installing the pole cameras, they saw the Nissan Titan traveling on the same road that they were installing the pole camera.
Okay. Did they also take photos of the truck that they saw from another car?
Yes, they did.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 102. May I? Okay.
Both sides can have permission to approach that the entire duration of this trial. We're not asking them.
There's going to be a lot of this witness. State's Exhibit 102. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and this photo was taken by one of the agents from, it looks like, the inside of their car?
Yes,
Okay, so in a road in Cumberland Furnace, Tennessee?
that's correct.
Okay. Offering to evidence State's Exhibit 102. And I apologize, like that's super.
No objection.
It's admitted, you may publish.
Thank you. All right, And are we brief with this one? This is just the one photo, but further confirmation of the black Nissan Titan with the T sticker in Cumberland Furnace, Tennessee, correct?
Yes.
All right. Okay, so you've done the flyer with the pole cameras, keeping eyes on him. What else is going on?
On that last picture as well, we noticed that the vehicle had been modified from the time that it was used in the offense. There's a white bumper sticker placed on the tailgate of the vehicle that was not present during the murder.
Okay. Do you recall what the bumper sticker was?
No, I don't.
All right, can you continue? What do you guys do now? And we're moving into December at this point, right?
Yes.
Okay.
On December 8th, during review of the footage from the pole cameras that were installed, agents noticed that there was a significant removal of the T from the rear windshield of the vehicle.
And I'm sorry, how did you get that information?
It was from the pole camera footage.
Okay. That he was removing the T sticker, or the T sticker had been removed?
Yes, the T sticker had been removed.
Okay. And when you finally do the arrest and you see the black Nissan Titan, it is clear that the T sticker was removed, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And when we get there, okay. Also, Detective Barnes, while you mentioned also using analysts.
Yes.
One of the analysts was Jessica Mast.
That's correct.
Okay. And this was early on, more in late October. But a lot's going on, so we're going to kind of be going back and forth from the months from October until the arrest in January 11th. But you guys sent a set of records to Jessica Mast for call detail records. And can you just explain to the jury, they got a little bit of it, but just what you were looking for and specifically why that is important to you as a detective?
The call detail records allow us to, the initial thing we were looking for is to see who our person of interest was. On this case, it happens to be Mr. Lopez, what he was doing during the time of the offense. On this particular case, once we looked at the call detail records, there was a huge void in his call timeline. Based on the patterns of the days leading up to the murder, there was hundreds of calls and contacts made between him and Jennifer Faye. On the days of the offense, the day before and the day of the offense, there was very little communication between the two. And I felt that that was important because it was an alter in his pattern.
All right. Good. And then also the investigation, you are, at the same time, you are gathering any information you can regarding any relationship between Darrin Lopez and Jennifer Faye. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct.
Okay. But at some point, you're doing financials. So as part of an investigation, you're doing sending out search warrants for records, correct?
Yes.
You're trying to do surveillance, correct?
Yes.
Reaching out to other agencies to help out if you need it, correct?
Yes.
Everything just like it was done in this particular case. One of the ways that you perform an investigation is to look, as they say, the trail of money, right?
That's correct.
Look where the money's going. And in this case, what did you and the federal side do?
We sent out several subpoenas after we formed the impromptu task force. We sent out several subpoenas requesting information on Mr. Lopez's credit report and any financial institutions that he may be using.
Okay, and you found one financial institution that he used often was USAA, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And a subpoena went out to USAA, and can you explain to the jury what kind of happens from that point?
Once the subpoena is sent over to USAA, we had a financial advisor or financial examiner that was able to make contact with USAA, let them know that we were, first make sure they received the subpoena. Secondly, once they confirmed they received it, we were working an active murder investigation and we were looking to kind of expedite some information from those records. So he was able to verify, make a phone call that there were records linked to the USAA debit card of Mr. Lopez on the days that we were doing the murder investigation.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Oh, I'm sorry. You'd think I would say please and thank you, like I said, may I approach the witness? All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, and 108. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and just generally, without getting into it, what are they photos of?
Still photos from surveillance footage at a Pilot gas station.
Okay, and were these photos emailed you directly from the people who work at the Pilot gas station.
Yes, they were.
All right. This time, Your Honor, I'd like to offer into evidence states 103 through 108.
No objection.
They're admitted. You may publish.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Detective Barnes. Looks like on State's Exhibit 103. What do you see in this picture?
We see the defendant, Darrin Lopez, getting ready to pump gas into the suspect vehicle.
Okay, so we have the suspect vehicle, the Nissan Titan. We also have the black shirt and blue jeans, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and in State's Exhibit 104, same thing, but it appears you can see a mask, a blue mask on his chin.
That's correct.
Okay, State's Exhibit 105, you see him entering the store.
Correct.
106, with the mask on, the black t-shirt, or the black polo, whatever it is, and the mask on, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then we have a receipt from the pilot. This first one, State's Exhibit 107, we see is just for the gas that was pumped.
That's correct.
1945, and we see the date, which is important, 10/8 of 2020 at 4:48 p.m. Sorry, right there.
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 108, we see the date. I'm sorry, this is the food, what he bought, and we see 10/8 at 5:09 p.m. So minutes after he does his pumping of the gas and presumably puts his card in, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And relevant to this, Detective Barnes, and the jury has already heard from Mark Sedgwick, and you're familiar with who Mark Sedgwick is, correct? An analyst at the FBI
Yes, ma'am.
on that CAST team.
Yes.
And part of his record is that he says the device moves, but you can't say that the human has the phone, right? It's the device that's moving. But one of the ways is, how do you corroborate?
The surveillance footage actually allowed us to put Mr. Lopez in the same location as the device.
Okay. In this instance, the pilot was important in this in his analysis, correct?
That's correct. The phone was at the pilot, and so was Mr. Lopez. We were actually able to physically verify that he was there in the vicinity of the device.
Okay. And that was another search warrant that you and Walton were doing at the same time, was the mapping for Sedgwick was using the Google records, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So during all this time, you're doing the search warrants, you're working at the financial angle, and you're part of the team with agents in Nashville.
That's correct.
You mentioned there was a team. Who was on this team?
On the Dallas side, we had AUSA Rick Calvert. We had analyst Jessica Mast, also Cecil Manuel, who's an analyst as well. We also had fraud examiner or financial expert Brad Bates. On the Tennessee side, we had analyst Michelle Morgan. We had a technical guy that was responsible for the poll cameras named Jim Nestor, and also Special Agent Ben Kochmeyer, who was the cold case agent out in Nashville.
Okay. Now, at this point, and by December 4th, when you're seeing the car with the sticker, and then there's some talk about the sticker being removed,
Yes.
or a photo coming out about the sticker being removed. At what point do you decide, okay, there's enough for an arrest warrant?
It was, I think we filed for the arrest warrant early January of 2021.
Okay, because at this point you have the original text from Jennifer Faith linking her to Darrin Lopez. Darrin Lopez being in Tennessee with the same suspect vehicle.
That's correct.
That's found in Dallas, Texas. He is living there. You see that same truck going in and out. And then by this point, you have the Verizon records linking them up.
Yes.
And also October 8th and 9th, where they stopped communicating.
Right.
And then you're getting, and one of the biggest things I think for you, Detective Barnes, is you are sending out for these Google returns.
Yes.
And the mapping is part of that Google returns, as we've talked about. You received these Google returns sometime in late December, would that be correct?
Late December.
I think the Google returns are for the 18th and then the 23rd. I think you get them back fairly quickly. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you go ahead and look at these returns. What do you do?
I look at the Google return, and I was able to determine that there was Google Maps were used to plug in a travel route from Cumberland Furnace, Tennessee, to the victim's address in Dallas.
And how are you able to do that yourself?
The records come back with grid coordinates, and so I was able to take the grid coordinates from the return and place them into a map and see where the grid coordinates were at. And it was basically breadcrumbs all the way from Cumberland Furnace, Tennessee to Dallas, Texas, to about a block away from the victim's house.
Okay, so at that point, late December, you have the record showing that he, in fact, did travel on those exact dates to Dallas, Texas.
That's correct.
All right. And then you get the arrest warrant when?
On January 7th. Some of the delay between the end of December and the beginning of January was simply coordinating the arrest efforts. It was a little bit of a challenge to get assets in place around the holidays, and also we were coordinating a lot of movement from Dallas to Nashville with getting arrest teams in place to make sure we could get him in custody the safest way possible.
Okay, and then what is the plan to execute the arrest?
Our plan was to, we actually ended up traveling to Tennessee, mostly by car. We were planning on flying, but there was a snowstorm that came in the day as we were making plans. So most of us drove to Nashville. We had tactical teams in place, part of ATF's SRT team. And we actually, the early morning, our first day there, we were briefing and coming up with a game plan on how we were wanting to take him in custody. We didn't want to approach his house because he had several young teenage daughters, and we didn't want to put them in jeopardy or harm. So we intended on getting him the least intrusive way possible. We were hoping that he would leave in a vehicle.
And
ultimately he did leave in a vehicle. After we finished our briefing, we were going out to conduct surveillance, and we got information that he was out in a vehicle with his daughter, and they were going to do the takedown.
And do you recall which vehicle he was in?
Yes, he was in a silver Scion.
Okay. And were you there for the actual arrest?
No, I wasn't. Once I found out that he was in custody, I made my way to the local sheriff's office to get ready for an interview.
Okay. But as far as you know, he did not resist once they stopped him and arrested him. He did not resist. He complied.
He complied.
Okay.
I was able to speak with him shortly after he was taken into custody, and he was compliant.
All right. And meanwhile, he is taken into custody, and a search warrant has gone out for his residence. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. The federal search warrant.
Yes, ma'am.
At the same time, a search warrant goes out around the same time for the Scion. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to show you what's in Mark State's Exhibit 109 and 110, and it'll use the search warrants for the Darrin Lopez residence and Darrin Lopez Scion.
That's correct.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to offer into evidence 109 and 110 for record purposes.
No objection.
They're admitted for record purposes only.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. Were you there for the search of the home?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. Who did you ride to Tennessee with?
I rode with ATF Task Force Officer Jabari Howard.
Okay. And he also works for Dallas Police Department. Is that correct?
That's correct. He's a gang detective.
Okay. So he was with you on this drive. Did he go to the house?
Yes.
Okay. So he was there. Were you there for... Okay. Ma'am. Okay. To Detective Barnes, I'm going to show you what's marked. States Exhibit 117 through 130. Can you take a look at these?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and these are pictures of the Scion
Yes, ma'am.
that night pursuant to the search warrant. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At this time, I'd like to offer into evidence States Exhibit 117 through 130.
No objection.
They're admitted. For all purposes, you may publish.
Thank you. Detective Barnes, these are just the photos of the Scion pursuant to the search warrant, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And this is somewhat relevant. And you can turn to your screen, but what is relevant in this particular photos? What do you see on the passenger and driver's side seats?
Cell phones.
Okay. Who was he with when he was arrested?
His daughter Mackenzie.
His daughter Mackenzie?
Yes.
Okay. Was he driving when he was arrested?
No, he was in the passenger seat.
He was in the passenger seat. Okay. So presumably one of the phones would be his and one of the phones would be hers.
That's correct.
Okay. As they wouldn't be allowed to take them with them.
That's correct.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 120, just things that you are photographing of the back seat of the car, correct?
Correct.
And State's Exhibit 121, again, a picture where we can see the phone in the driver's side and the passenger side, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the trunk of the car, 122,
Yes, ma'am.
the back hatch of the car. And 124, presumably this picture was taken, but also there's a roll of duct tape in there.
That's correct.
You also collected a black backpack, or a black backpack was collected, I believe,
Yes.
or more than one bag was collected out of that car. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
As well as a handgun.
Yes.
And another picture in States 130 of the handgun.
That's correct.
Okay, this is not the handgun, however, that was used in the offense.
No, it's not.
Okay. In fact, that handgun was found inside of his home.
The
Correct?
the murder weapon.
The
yes.
murder weapon was found inside of his home. And Stacy Vander Westhazen, I think I got that right, was one of the ones that found that handgun.
Yes, ma'am.
What did she do with that handgun?
Once it was collected, it was maintained in our custody and transported back to Dallas so it could be compared to the shell casings collected from the murder scene.
Who transported it back to Dallas?
Jabari Howard.
And you in the car?
Was just Jabari.
It was just Jabari?
Yes.
Okay. And push the witness? 131 to 138. States Exhibit 131 to 138. Can you look at these?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize what is photographed in those?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And were photographs taken of the handgun when it was returned to Dallas or brought to Dallas?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to offer the evidence States 131 and 138.
No objection.
They're admitted. You may publish.
All right, Detective Barnes, just going to go through these quickly. The jury has seen these, but this is the particular handgun that was photographed. Is that correct? 131.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and we see the blood.
Yes, that is victim's blood.
And Smith & Wesson and the serial number VAS 05. I can't read that. 9A. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And just a closer view of that. VAS 0598. Yes.
That's correct.
All right. And then several photographs of the gun as well as the clip. And in states 137. Sorry, the clip's 136, states 137, another photo of that. Okay. So this was the gun that was brought back to Dallas. As part of your ongoing investigation in Tennessee, do you also find out where his black Nissan Titan truck is?
Yes, you do.
Okay. Do you recall where it was?
It was parked at a local high school that one of his daughters attended.
Okay. And were there photographs taken of the truck?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's marked states 111 through 116. Can you flip through those and do you recognize?
I do recognize him.
Okay. These photographs were taken by Detective Gross, is that correct?
Yes, and also there was the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, I believe, also took photographs, but I think these were taken by Gross.
By Gross, okay.
Yes.
And this time I'd like to offer to evidence states 111 through 116.
No objection.
They're admitted. You may publish.
Okay, in states 111, we have a picture of the black Nissan Titan in the parking lot, correct?
That's correct.
All right, this is just in states 112, another view. And can you point on the screen what is of relevance here?
The T is missing from the lower left portion of the windshield. There we go. In that area. And also the bumper stickers that were added after the murder.
Okay, and if you, I think, tap on it, it should erase everything. Or on the right, like top right corner or top left.
Clear. There's a clear button.
There we go. All right, and we just have a side view in states 113. The back view, again, there is no T sticker on this, correct?
That's correct.
All right. What are we looking at in states 115?
It is residue left over from the removal of the T from the windshield.
Okay. And can you sort of draw a big circle around it? Okay. And then, if you'll clear that, in states 116, what are we seeing here?
It's an outside view of the residue left behind from the sticker.
Okay. Okay. At this time, you also do a search warrant for Darrin Lopez's phone, correct?
That's correct. Once his phone was seized from the vehicle, we traveled back to Texas, and that was one of the first things we did once we got back in Texas.
Okay. And that has already been admitted as State's Exhibit 91 for record purposes. Okay. So that concludes at least the arrest.
Yes.
Is there anything else that you can tell the jury that was done in Tennessee regarding this particular investigation that you can think of? I'm sure there's a lot of little things.
That's about it.
Okay. Do you return back to, first of all, this Detective Walton, he was not with you.
No, he was in part of the strategy that we had on this investigation, we didn't want to show our hand because we felt that by notifying either Ms. Faith or Mr. Lopez what we were looking at would possibly lead to evidence being destroyed. So we set it up where we would run simultaneous investigations and simultaneous warrants at the same time. So while we were working on Mr. Lopez's residence and getting him in custody in Tennessee, Detective Walton was in Dallas at the same time dealing with Ms. Faith.
Okay, and just trying to keep them from communicating with one another.
That's correct.
Okay. At some point, though, he does travel to Tennessee.
Yes.
The next day, maybe?
The next day.
Okay. And then you and he go back to Dallas, Texas.
Yes.
Okay. During this time, do you meet or have spoken to, while you're in Tennessee, Darrin Lopez's estranged wife, Rebecca Lopez?
Yes, I did.
While you were in Tennessee?
Yes.
You met her?
Yes.
Okay. Are you later contacted by Rebecca Lopez?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall when you're back in Dallas?
That's correct.
Do you recall if it was weeks, months?
I would say it was maybe a couple weeks.
Maybe a couple weeks?
Yes.
Okay, and how were you contacted?
We exchanged phone numbers.
Okay, and did she call you about something that she had found?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and what had she found?
Rebecca told me that she was taking care of several of financial matters for Darrin while he was in custody. He gave her access to his email account, and she found several emails between Darrin and Jennifer that she thought would be helpful to our investigation.
And she emailed you the emails, screenshots of the emails?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's in Marshall States 188 through 203. And you look through that and see if that's what she emailed you. And were they all at once, or did they come in at different times?
They mostly came in at once.
Do you recognize those? What she said, the screenshots of what she said to you?
Yes.
And what do you do with this information?
Once we received that information, we looked at it and saw that it was relevant to the investigation. We then wrote a search warrant for Darrin's Hotmail account.
Okay, pause there.
Okay.
I'd like to offer the evidence states exhibit 188 and 203 for all purposes.
We have no objection.
Those exhibits are admitted as offered, you may publish.
Okay. And we're going to get into this later. I'm just going to go through these briefly right now. What we see in States 188, for instance, is from Jennifer Faith to Darrin Lopez on 4/6 of 2020. I can tell he's texting you sorry, and then she's saying, I love you, this has become a mess.
That's correct.
All right? This is just the same, just screenshotted. Now, on this screenshot is from Darrin Lopez to Jennifer Faith, where he's calling her Angel, and the email that he wrote out for Jamie.
That's correct.
Okay. He talks about going to the police. The rest is enough for me to go to Dallas PD. They'll open an investigation to him and Jeremy. But he's asking Jennifer in this one to send just one picture showing injuries so he can then forward that on to Jamie that he has it, presumably, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then it just goes on. And again, we'll get into these emails more in depth, but this goes on. This is another one that looks like was sent. Looks like what was sent to Jamie.
Yes.
Okay. No date on this one, just a screenshot. Okay, and then we have some, looks like just injury photos of just a neck in State's Exhibit 196. That was emailed to you as well, right?
Yes.
And then we have a few other injuries, like one State's 197.
That's correct.
All right. Okay, and now we have, it looks like an email from someone named Robert Schmidt to Darrin Lopez regarding Jen on July 26th on State's Exhibit 202 on July 26th. He talked to Jen and he's been burning her among other things.
That's correct.
And then with that, then we have Jennifer Faith forwarding it to an email address called schmidt225@gmail.com, sending a pic of what she claims is a burn. It says again, please do not tell Darrin about this. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So based off these emails, because this sort of came out of the blue, right?
Right.
You go ahead and get the search warrant for Darrin's Hotmail account.
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what's marked as states 211 and 212. This is the search warrant you did for Darrin's Hotmail account.
Yes.
Okay, and that Hotmail account is drlp75@hotmail.com.
That's correct.
Okay, and this is the business records affidavit that you get back with the Hotmail emails.
Yes.
Correct. Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to offer into evidence State's Exhibits 211 and 212 for record purposes only.
We have no objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted for record purposes only.
Okay. All right. When you get the returns from Hotmail, there's thousands of emails, right?
Yes.
Or at least, I mean, a lot of
A
emails
lot
to
of
go
emails.
through.
Yes.
Do you find the emails that you and I just briefly went through, do you find those in his Hotmail account?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And do you find that there is an email from Jamie Faith as well? There are emails from Jamie Faith to Darrin Lopez and forwarding back and forth. Okay. And was that email jamiefaith511@gmail.com?
Yes.
All right. And there was an email just like we talked about with Robert Schmidt, SCHMITTR225@gmail.com.
That's correct.
All right. And did we come to find out later that that's their birthdays,
Yes.
basically? Okay. Without the birth year in
That's
it.
correct.
Okay. And the number one thing you're told not to do is use your birthday in an email, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Did you also, at this point, or was it later, that you do a search warrant for R. Schmidt, the email I just talked about, and Jamie Faith 511?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach the bench, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. All right, I've got a lot of paperwork in here, so I'm just going to bring the whole file. So it appears the search warrant that's in evidence for record purposes was signed around July of 2021. Okay, so when you get these records back and you do find that there are people, the emails that you and I just talked about from the jury, then you and your team subsequently do more search warrants for those particular emails. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So a search warrant to Google for the email Schmidt, SCHMITTR225
Yes.
States Exhibit 204. And then to Google a search warrant for user account Jamie, JAMIE, Faith, FAITH 511 @gmail.com, States Exhibit 205.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We also have States Exhibit 206, which is the Google email for Jennifer Faith, in this case spelled JENNIFER, Urlaub, URLAUB @gmail.com.
Yes, ma'am.
Urlaub presumably is an ex-husband or a former marriage.
That's correct.
Okay. And in states 207, 208, we have the returns from Google regarding Jamie Faith and R. Schmidt with
Yes.
the return staple. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In 207 and 208. Okay, and I'll say that. Okay, at this time, Your Honor, I'd like to offer into evidence search warrants 206, 204 and 205 and 206. Returns from Google regarding the Schmidt and the Jamie Faith emails 207 and 208. And the returns are stapled for record purposes only.
No objection.
They're admitted for record purposes only. Make sure you put them in the right file.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And as I said before, from his Hotmail account, do you come to find emails between Darrin, Jennifer, this James Faith 511, and R. Schmidt 225?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, before we get into all of that communication, you and I, and Ms. Paver, co-counsel, have gone over the emails, calls, and texts from Darrin's cell extraction and his Hotmail account, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. The cell phone extraction, is that evidence for record purposes as well as the Hotmail and its returns, correct?
Yes.
Okay. We have looked at the relevant time frame from the time that Darrin reaches out to Jennifer Faith through almost up to the time of his arrest. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. Just give me a second to get these in order, Your Honor. this one is out of order, but this is State's Exhibit number 80. Text messages between Darrin Lopez and Tina Spring. Do you recognize these?
Yes, I
I'm
do.
sorry. Tina Spring and Jennifer Faith.
That's correct.
Okay, and these are part of the texts that start from the very beginning of this investigation that led you to a possible suspect named Darrin Lopez. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and you have reviewed these texts and seen them on Darrin Lopez's cell phone extraction.
These were on Jennifer Faith's.
On Jennifer Faith's cell phone extraction. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Then we have State's Exhibit 215, a call log of the phone calls between Darrin Lopez and Jennifer Faith taken from Darrin Lopez's cell phone extraction.
That's correct.
All right. And you have gone over the WhatsApp messages taken from, in State's Exhibit 216, taken from Darrin Lopez's cell phone extraction.
That's correct.
These are text messages, grouped together by Cellbrite, taken from Darrin Lopez's cell phone extraction, State's Exhibit 217. Text messages between Darrin Lopez and Jennifer Faith, November to January.
That's correct.
These are this is State's Exhibit 218, and these denote the deleted texts
That's
that
correct.
show up, okay?
Yes.
Taken from Darrin Lopez's cell phone extraction.
Yes, ma'am.
This is 219, another page of the deleted text that we can see from Darrin Lopez's cell phone extraction.
Yes, ma'am.
220, we have more text messages grouped together by Cellbrite, taken from Darrin Lopez's cell phone extraction, Darrin Lopez to Jennifer Faith, and back September texts.
That's correct.
And the friends and family group text, taken from Darrin Lopez's cell phone extraction, State's Exhibit 221, including him after the murder with all of her and her friends.
That's correct.
All right, at this time, Your Honor, I would like to offer into evidence State's 80, as well as State's 215, the call log, State's 216, the WhatsApp messages, State's 217, text messages, 218, 219, 20, and 21, for all purposes.
Are these the ones we previously reviewed with you?
Yes.
No objection.
Okay.
Those exhibits are admitted. You may publish.
And again, Detective Orange, you, me, and Peyton Payor have gone through his entire cell phone extraction. In State's Exhibit 2, well, actually, Your Honor, at this time, I just want to offer into evidence State's Exhibit, is that a 9 or a 4? A 4. State's Exhibit 214, which is the entire conversations for record purposes.
No objection.
All right, submitted for record purposes only.
And then, Your Honor, I believe I'm going to need the binder.
I remove certain portions that we discussed earlier.
Yes.
And so the record's clear. The portions that I removed were items that we discussed at the side of the bench, and I'm going to admit those for record purposes as 213A.
Okay. All right, I'm sorry, y'all, but maybe approach.
Sure. members of the jury, we've reached a nice stopping point. We're going to take an early lunch, and we're going to have you all come back at noon because we've reached a point where the rest of the next segment of testimony is going to be best done all at once. So come back at noon, please. Please don't discuss the case among yourselves. And please don't do any independent research. I'll see you all at noon. All rise for the jurors.
Thank you, Sheriff. Y'all may be seated. I'll remind you as you have a seat that you're still under the oath that I gave to you previously. Ms. Mitchell, you may proceed with your direct examination whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Barnes, you're the same witness that was on the stand prior to the break. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And just getting one thing out of the way, is a firearm a deadly weapon?
Yes, it is.
All right. I'm going to show you a few exhibits. Show you State's Exhibit 213. That would be email communications taken off Darrin Lopez's cell extraction. And you and I and Caitlin and Ms. Paver have been through every single one of these. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I want to show you State's Exhibit 225, which is a video. Well, no. Let me offer State's 222, a disc of the comprehensive presentation that we intend to use, that you and I and Mrs. Paver have also been through, slide by slide. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this includes and incorporates State's Exhibits 3, 79, 80, 95, 96, 92, 209, 210, 213, 215 to 221, 225, 224. Okay. And then also State's Exhibit 225, a video included in the presentation that we have gone over. We
Yes.
labeled it Easter video.
Yes.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to offer into evidence 213, 222, and 225 for all purposes.
Don't judge him.
It's admitted.
Right. Here. Okay. Detective Barnes, we went through that cell extraction to put everything we could in order. So emails, texts, calls, whatever was left on that phone, including some deleted texts. Is that correct?
Yes, it
Okay,
is.
and you're going to help me go through the presentation and each slide.
Yes.
All right? Ready? Okay, and at this time, Your Honor, we are publishing State's Exhibits 222. All right, Detective Barnes, I know this can be kind of hard to read, but what we are looking at, we want to make note of the date. So we're looking at Wednesday, 2/26 at 6:02 p.m. of 2020. And the subject line, Your Honor, is there any way to do like maybe one backlight? Or I can just use this. Is that? I can use the phone. Maybe is that? Doesn't everyone see? Okay. Old friend of your daughter, Sal Point. All right. Do you recall a geeky, nerdy guy who dated your daughter back in high school? The one with the van. Yes, it's me, Darrin Lopez. How are you? I hope this finds you doing very well. I hope this finds you doing very well. I am trying to find a good email for Jennifer so I can say hi. Due to my military job, Special Forces, I don't do social media things, so I don't have Facebook or such, just old-fashioned email for me, and would like to send Jen a hi. I'm living in Tennessee. I retired out of Fort Campbell, which is on the border of Kentucky and Tennessee. I've been out here since 2002 when the Army sent me here. All right? And so that email was to, again, on February 26/2020 to Jennifer's mother. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So he's actively looking for Jennifer in February of 2020.
That's correct.
All right. Then we move to what appears to be a LinkedIn. And this is March 16th of 2020, where he has asked for an invitation to join her on LinkedIn, which she accepted.
Yes.
All right. Then we are going to move to the LinkedIn conversation. LinkedIn conversations. And the LinkedIn conversation is March 17th, 2020. Hello. Wow, great to see you. Would you like to connect back through email if I can? Mine is drlp75@hotmail.com. Can you send me yours? I hope you are doing great and happy. Talk with you soon, Darrin. It continues from Jen on 3/17/2020, 3:57 a.m. Hi, Darrin. Wow, I was surprised to hear from you. I hope you understand if I'm a bit skittish in responding, but my email is jennifererlob@gmail.com. How do I know this is really you? But I also hope you are doing great and are happy, Jen. And this continues from Darrin and Eric. Why don't you read this part so I'm not reading all of it?
Yes. On March 17th, 2020 at 3:59 a.m., Darrin responds, would it help if I called you Angel? As you wish, Darrin.
And she responds at 4:23 a.m. Yep, that did it. Ha ha ha. Send me an email and let me know how you are. Excited to talk to you. All right, then we jump to the next thing in the chronological is an email. Hello from your long lost friend. All right. Hello, Jen. We're talking an email coming at 3/17/2020 at 12:40 a.m. So he's already sending an email to her immediately. Hello, Jen. Wow, I'm so happy that I finally tracked down your email and got a chance to say hi. I'm not big on social media, so I do not have Facebook or such. I have been tracking you down slowly since January. Today I was excited to find your LinkedIn and Twitter and joined LinkedIn today just to say hi. And he goes on to talk about Twitter and his children. And then he says, I have been working on a letter for you for some time now because you have no idea how much I've thought of you over the years and wanted to share that with you. As you may have guessed, my life took me into the Army, where I served 20 years on active duty. While there, I followed my dream and joined Special Forces, so I've been on the front lines since 9/11. He goes on to say, if you get a chance, look up the country western song by Little Texas, What Might Have Been. I've thought of you every time I heard of that song way back in '96 when I got back from South Korea. He looks forward to hearing from her, and he signs it off, as you wish, Darrin. Do you have any idea, Detective Barnes, what the as you wish reference is?
I don't.
Okay. Then we go to a response from Jennifer in which she sends photographs of her family. Wow. Hi, Darrin. Wow. My head has been swimming since I read this email this morning. You made my day, month, year, and possibly decade in reaching out to me and saying such nice things. Thank you. I have searched for you myself quite a bit through the years, but never with any luck. Talks about the closest I got was figuring out you might be married to someone named Rebecca and you lived in Tennessee. Could be completely wrong. You're a hard man to find and there are no details out there, which I'm sure you appreciate. And then she starts with, oh Lord, where do I start? And talks about the family pictures of her and Jamie and family members. The family picture on Twitter is from 2010. Here's a picture from 2019 of all of us with our best friends. Our families have been best friends for 14 years. We all travel together, and now that we lie in separate states, we're all on group text, and not a single day goes by and we weren't texting each other. She goes on to talk about her husband. My husband, Jamie, is director of web and mobile for American Airlines. We've been together since 2005 and married since 2012. She talks about her daughter, Amber. She talks about Jamie moving to Dallas and then moving to Dallas for American Airlines. And that she was certain that he wasn't expecting a response back to you, but once I started typing, I couldn't stop. I really hope you're doing well and you're happy. I've definitely missed you over the years, and there have been so many times I've wanted to talk to you. Thanks for being persistent and looking for me. Love, Jen. Okay. This next one is from Darrin Lopez. Note the date, March 17th, 4:22 p.m. We're still on March 17th. The subject line is from D, and there's an attachment letter, Jennifer Doc, where he says, "Hello, Angel. Wow, wow, wow. So great to hear from you. You have no idea the excitement and nerves I've had since last night since sending you that email. You've been in my head since I got to say hi. It felt so good calling you Angel and telling you as you wish. And with those simple words, you knew it was me. Attached is a letter I have been working on writing you for these past weeks." He goes on, "I would love to hear about all of our high school friends. I have not kept in touch with any of them. My head is still spinning. So happy to hear from you and looking forward to becoming a good friend to you. I have missed you. I hope the letter can show you what you have meant to me over the years." I had not really heard about a song that she mentions, but I just listened to it and I can see that it is being us. I look forward to sharing in your stories and rekindling our friendship. As you wish, Darrin. Sends a picture of his daughter and then moves into a very long letter. The date of this email again is March 17th. And this letter is the same day that they have been emailing each other. Next email, Jennifer Faith to Darrin Lopez. No, I'm sorry. Next email, Tuesday, March 17th, 2020. Oh, I'm sorry. Response is from Jennifer, right? Response is from Jennifer Faith to Darrin Lopez. RE phone number is the subject line. Tuesday, March 17th, 2020, 6:30 p.m. Where she states, "Hi, I'm completely giddy at this point. I don't have time to write fully reply right now, but wanted to give you my phone number. I'm not always available to talk, but almost always available to text." Gives phone number. I'll write a full response tomorrow. Right. Next email. Darrin Lopez responding to Jennifer, me again. Changing subject line, me again. Tuesday, March 17th, 2020, 7:05 p.m. Okay. A fairly long email. The end of it, I'm just like you with so many thoughts to tell you about and share with you. I will just keep writing down little things and send them on. Hope you don't mind that. Your replying has made me happy and you've taken me to my happy place. As you wish, D. Jennifer Faith to Darrin Lopez responding to your last email and other stuff, Wednesday, March 18th, 2:54 p.m. Another long email. Darrin, just to be clear, no one has ever called me Angel, just you. You have the patent on that one for me. These past days since reconnecting with you, that song Angel Eyes by the Jeff Healey Band has been going through my head, even though I haven't heard it in years. It goes on to talk about her family, her mom. She states, my brain keeps floating to the 3 things you wrote down on your card for the extraction. I love it. I remember those moments in Europe so vividly. Those and so many more. Jamie and Amber and I took a 26-day trip through Europe last year. It was amazing, and I talked about so much of all of it because we had hit so many of the same places. Then goes on to ask about his TBI, and then the next page starts talking about fun stories from high school, people she's kept up with. And that's that email. Next email. Next email. Darrin Lopez to Jennifer, titled Our New Road. Wednesday, March 18th, 2020, 10:55 p.m. Hello, Angel. You keep blowing my mind in such an awesome way. I'm glad you had Jamie in your life. It looks like you all have made a great family, and what you have is unique and special, and I don't want to break that up. That being said, I know my heart, and you still possess it. I love you, and that sounds so good when I say that. I think we can also, over time, build our own relationship in our own way. Neither of us is in a position to jump into anything crazy yet, but I know I would like to start down that road with you. Good thing I have free time on my hands, and I would like to come out there and let's get dinner. He goes on to say, what I can feel is that I do have your heart, and that is all I need. Just in these past days, you have made me sore, and we have not even spoken on the phone, and I already feel more complete with you back in my life. Seems we both have had to take our journey separated from each other, only to find ourselves coming back together again. Now that sounds like a great love story. I don't want you to feel any pressure with us. Just enjoy we were back in each other's lives, and I know we will fit back together when it is right for us both. Like I said, I'm not going anywhere, and I also worked hard to find you, that you're not slipping away from me this time. He goes on and signs it as you wish, D. Next email, Darrin Lopez to Jennifer, random thoughts. Thursday, March 19th. Thursday, March 19th. So we're talking 2 days after reconnecting. 2020, 4:10 a.m. Good morning, Angel. I can really get used to telling you that each morning. This will be filled with just some random thoughts, so you have been warned. He starts with where to start. Starts talking about their past together, pulling out some things. Here I am doing things around the house, Audible playing on a new book too, mind you. And then it's like 20, 30 minutes later, I shake my head because I have no idea what the book is about. My mind has gone off in all directions, thinking on all kinds of things about this hot mess that has come back into my life. So for the first time ever, I'm having to rewind and re-listen to my book, only to get lost again. See what happens with a hot mess around. He asks, have you told Amber we are talking? Would be interested to hear what she thinks, if you have talked to her any yet. No rush or pressure, just curious. I did warn you, random thoughts. This you may find very intriguing. When I was back home with Dad before he passed, I went alone. The girls were in school and they stayed with Rebecca, and I was concerned that he would, and I was also concerned that he would say to Rebecca what he kept telling me and Bev. He started to tell me that Rebecca was not the wife for me. Just another sign I started to put together along my journey back to you. He talks about his injuries, that he gets bad migraines, and still I would say 5 to 8 each month, meds help, and resting. I can tell when I get stressed out they come on more. He has tinnitus and that annoying buzz I drown out with background noise like an Audible playing. He talks about being a bit broken down, but I stay active, and since January I have been getting back into exercise, and I'm seeing and feeling the difference. I feel confident I will stay put together in another good 40 to 50 years. Just so you know, you were getting a banged up used car, but I still move and get plenty of horses under the hood. And got plenty of horses under the hood. Signed off as you wish, D. Is this? Okay. In this, Darrin Lopez to Jennifer, subject deployment video. It's a sentimental video. He sends her Thursday, March 18th, 2020, 12:56 p.m. All right. Next is Darrin Lopez to Jennifer, pic of me, Thursday, March 19th, 2020, 12:58 p.m. Still, we're on March 19th. Angel to. This is actually one of my favorite pics of me of all time. As you look at the pic on the left is Donovan. He is my close friend, more like a brother. You will definitely meet him when you come visit. On the right is Brian. He was our team leader and captain at the time, with the picture attached. Okay, this one is from Jennifer, back to Darrin Photos, Friday, March 20th, 3 p.m. She puts together a bunch of different photos of her family. Her and Jamie Faith and Amber, Jamie and Amber at a football game. Okay, Darrin Lopez to Jennifer, thoughts on us. Friday, March 20th, 2020, 4:31 p.m. Hello, Angel. Boy, I am tired today, didn't sleep well. I should sleep well. I should more say couldn't sleep, but at least I know the reason. Never a bad thing being kept up by having my body ravaged by a very sexy lady. I love you and it keeps growing. The excitement you bring with each text, I would not trade for anything. But I was worried that I started pushing too fast last night, asking you to Disney. Please know I was caught up in the moment. Having met you during the trip, I can say I was already running through my head before I had even contacted you. It was already running through my head before I had even contacted you. One of the thoughts I had before saying hi was, wow, if things work out, maybe Jen could come to Disney with us. So even before I had any idea how you would receive me walking back into your life, I was thinking of you. You will come to learn, though, I'm a very practical and realistic person who likes to plan out things and set a routine. That is just how my mind works, along with all my training. Along with that, I'm a very intuitive person, a skill I seem to have developed over the years. So I can feel your emotions, even being away from you. I have come to trust these feelings. They've kept me safe many times, so I can feel when your heart and mind clash over us and your family. I'm glad it does, because in no way I'd ever want to take you away from what you have. But I can also feel very strongly, mind you, that I have a place in your life. Good thing the man that has your heart is very used to being apart from the one I love. You can say that my life experience works well to help us work out. All I need to know is that I have your love. In general terms, Dallas is not far, a quick flight from Nashville, and I am there. I can really see me coming out once a month and have you visit when you can. That may sound weird, but a week vacation worked in, and you will soon tire of me around so much. This may sound weird, but I don't mind sharing you with Jamie. I can see how you are good partners and have your own unique love that I now know I in no way find intruding to us. I like that he will be there close, helping out. In my mind, I would like to become friends with him also. Maybe in time, it will be more like I get to come and stay as roommates with roommates, and I'm very content with that. When I tell you I'm happy where we are, I truly mean it. I don't want to disrupt anything in your life right now. He goes on to talk about his thoughts. Just to let you know my thoughts, until then, I still feel we can be us together yet apart. I hope this makes sense. I don't want you feeling rushed in any way. I look at it like I was away for 27 years. Now I have you back in my life, and I'm so happy you are. Just knowing I still mean so much to you is more than I thought would happen so fast when I reached out to you. I am here solid in who I am and solid in how I feel about you, and want to make us work for all of us. Jamie, Amber, Mackenzie, Justice, and Hope. As you wish, Darrin. Next email, Darrin Lopez to Jennifer. Sleep on Saturday, March 21st, 2020, 3:29 p.m. Hello, Angel. I love you. You make me so happy. I so enjoy getting to be with you at night. Nighttime works great for me. I'm always free, and I look forward to being yours, all yours then, our special time. Another meant to be thing, because I was writing to talk to you about sleep. Sometimes I have issues sleeping, and he talks about that. Talks about waking up quickly. I don't mean to startle you when I tell you this, but I wanted you to know what to expect when you come to visit. Again, if this happens, just a calm touch helps, and let me look around and gather myself. This morning I was in a bit of panic, looking around, seeing the time at 10 a.m. Some of my not so fun things are being messed up. Now, on a more happy note, what kind of bed do you sleep on? Let me explain where that comes from, LOL. I know it might be terrible, but Monday night, yes, just after you responded on LinkedIn, the thought popped in my head, quote, I need to ask Jen what kind of bed she might like to have her help me pick one out, close quote. I knew it was wishful thinking that first night, but for some reason I knew already that you would be coming out to visit, and that meant you, of course, staying with me. I don't know how all this will play out, but I do know that you will be here some days, and I already want to make my place yours too, a place where you can feel comfortable and relaxed and your own escape. So plan on giving me input in how we set up our place here. It's already yours, not to rush or be pushy, but it feels so right to me bringing you into my life. Can't wait till tonight, our time. Have a great day till then. Say hi to Jamie and Amber. As you wish, Darrin. Darrin Lopez to Jennifer. Time apart, ... so far into me. Saturday, March 21st, 11:33 p.m. Also, Detective Barnes, before I get into this, I want to note that a couple of emails ago, he talks about cherishing their time texting, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but as of yet, and we have done this entire thing chronologically, there is no text that have popped up.
No.
Just the LinkedIn message at the beginning, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Saturday, March 21st. So we are 4 days post reaching out to Jennifer.
Yes.
Correct? This is at 11:33 p.m. Hello, Angel. Still wrapping my head around your question of, quote, if I need time away from you, close quote. That concept is so foreign to me, I can't even compute that way of acting. I'm trying to let you know the best way I can, but us, the way we are right now, is how I'm used to living. All this is going to be new to you and very strange for you to handle, but for me, this is a piece of cake. We have so much going on for us that you can't understand. Like, number one, we're on the same continent. Not that we are even in the same time zone. And not only that, but we are in the same time zone. So awesome. Number two, we both have access to cell phones, texting, and emails. I'm used to getting a 20-minute phone call once a week over 8 months. Not being able to see you for 8 months. Once we start our visits, I don't see us staying apart for that long. So all of that is cake and easy for me. I get to talk to you every day now. In my head, I'm planning on you only being able to visit Friday night through Sunday evening, and when I have to get you back on your plane so you can go to work Monday through Friday. If you get to stay for more days, that's just a pure bonus. On these times, we will have to run the girls around for their stuff, but I'm already planning on having you with me when they do. Next May, the twins will be graduating. That will be in May, and that will be during the week. So if you get a day off work, I would love for you to come here for that. So when you ask for the time, I would need a way from you in my mind that doesn't exist. I get to talk with you every day and see you more than once in 8 months. All that is a bonus. I love you. Hope you don't mind that I'm planning on all this for you. Let me know, and you be honest if this is too much or something you do not want to do. As you wish, D. Darrin Lopez to Jennifer. What I want to do with you. Sunday, March 22nd, 2020, 1:16 p.m. Hello, Angel. Quote, what do I want to do with you, close quote. Such an open-ended and very erotic question. But I think I understand. So given the fact that our meetings will include passionate lovemaking and hot, steamy sex, I think you were asking what else we will do. This is how I see your first visit going. Again, I'm planning Friday through Sunday. I will meet you at the Nashville airport. I don't know if you've been there before, but there's a large escalator that goes from the main concourse down to baggage claim. I'll be at the base waiting for you. Grabbing you, hugging you tight, giving you a passionate kiss, trying to keep us composed as best I can. Then we will have about an hour drive home. You will get to see the lights of Nashville and the countryside as we drive. At home, I plan on taking you to bed and making love to you all night long. The most I see is that we might make it outside where we can walk around the property and I can show you I can show you your new refuge and our happy place. It will take all of my special forces strength and courage to let you go and get on that plane. So on your next visit, Friday airport, then straight home to bed. Hope you see a pattern. On Saturday, once we pull ourselves out of bed, I would like to take you down to the base and show you around 5th group area. There are some things I want to show you. Then on our next visit, our Passionate Friday, and then on Saturday, I'd like you to meet Greg and Donovan, my teammates and brothers now. When you come visit, you can help me find a restaurant that we can go where we can meet. I can't imagine not having you close, even if it's just watching TV with you, and then I get to brush your hair. Just some thoughts I have for us. I hope you see how, when you are here, I just plan on popping you into my life. I look forward to that. I love you and I miss you. Looking forward to your first visit. As you wish, Darrin. Darrin Lopez to Jennifer. Brainstorm ideas on a trip. Sunday, March 22nd, 2020, 5:37 p.m. Hello, Angel. Okay, here are some brainstorming ideas that have been running through my head about you coming out to visit. I think when you visit the first time, you just tell Jamie the truth. Well, most we can without hurting him. In that we have been friends now, back in touch, and over the summer I invited you to come out for a weekend in Nashville. That may mean we need to get you a hotel room where we can check you in and just add to our cover story. Paren, I have some skill in that area. Close paren. Making it look like you were staying there. All that would be true, and you would be meeting my extended family also. I am just thinking that if you try to lie or cover with your friend in Phoenix, if Jamie ever found out, that could be far worse than you being mainly honest up front. After the trip, that could lead you and Jamie into talking, letting him know that yes, some feelings are there, but that you're not leaving or moving out. I am not in a place to move and come out there. Me with my girls and still going through a divorce. But it could open the door for more trips out here. But not that you're leaving Jamie. How long have you two been in separate bedrooms? How did that come about? Reassuring Jamie that you're not dropping everything to run out here and be with me, but has he know the love that you two have is different than the love that you and I share? If we kind of cover your first trip out with just holding something back, I think it might be easier for Jamie to deal with, especially if we try hiding and he finds out. I think that would be far worse. How are you going to explain coming to Disney in October? Over all in this, I would want Amber to see me as the man that loves her mom and makes her happy, not the man that tore her family apart and hurts her dad. I love you with all my heart. Even apart, you have already made me feel more complete. Our time will come where I can hold you close, and that I'm willing to wait for. As you wish, D. Darrin Lopez to Jennifer. Serious input needed about the Army. Thursday, March 26, 2020 at 4:58 p.m. Okay. And just to clarify, the timestamps on these may round up when something is screenshot and versus on the presentation. On this one, serious input needed about the Army. Thursday, March 26, 2020, 4:58. Hello, Angel. I love you. I need serious input on this input in this matter. I know it's been fast for us, but I'm already planning my life with you. I know it will be some time before we can live with each other every day, but in the end, I see that is where we will be. Last night, I was contacted by the Army via blanket email asking for retired service members with medical training to contact them if we would be interested in coming back to work with the military during COVID-19. I've not responded yet. Want to hear what you think. This one. Okay, and then Darrin Lopez to Jennifer, Monday, March 30th, 2020, 7:48 p.m. And he is sending photos of the explosion he suffered overseas of the scene. Okay. Now we have Jennifer Faith to Darrin Lopez, an email, sorry. Monday, we've now jumped to Monday, April 6th, 2020, 9:17 a.m. I can tell he is texting you, sorry. This is the first time we see any mention of what will become James Faith. Jennifer Faith to Darrin Lopez, RE, sorry. Monday, April 6th, 9:22 a.m. I love you. I am sorry this has become such a mess. I love you. We just need to get through today somehow. Once he starts to believe you're gone, it will be better. I don't know what he is saying, but whatever he is telling you, Darrin, I am okay. I can handle this if I don't lose you. Amber's getting up for work, so I'll be able to have a normal day soon. Please talk to me. I need you. I shut off my email notifications to my phone, and I have my laptop. He thinks I'm emailing work. Darrin Lopez's email back to Jennifer. With you is the subject line. Monday, April 6th, 12:01 p.m. Hello, Angel. I love and miss you so much. I know today has been horrible again. I am proud of you. You are so beautiful and lovely. I take you into my arms and hold you tight. Feel my love all around you. I am here and still with you. Nothing he can do to stop my love for you. You are amazing. You're being so strong for us. You have my love always. Nothing can stop that. He cannot destroy us no matter how hard he tries. I am with you. I am sending you my love and energy. I'm here, not going anywhere. Keep dreaming of our life together. Keep planning our lives together. You are my soulmate, and I need, all caps, you in my life. You are still so sexy. My desire for you has only grown. To be the man to truly love you. Nothing can keep me from you. Angel, I am your rock, your solace. I am here always, as you wish, D. Email from Darrin Lopez to Jennifer. Subject, his goals. Monday, April 6th, 4:55 p.m., right after the past email. Hello, Angel. I love you with all my heart. I am with you, not going anywhere. He started texting again. Pausing here, Detective Barnes. Have we seen any text yet?
No.
Okay. Thank you for trying to save me from this, but you can't. He is using this against you. Reminder, this is Darrin to Jennifer. He is using this against you by telling you he is not texting to get his way in compliance from you. He plans on telling you this every day so you become more compliant in thinking he is not texting me, but he still is. Still no text, correct, Mr. Barnes?
That's
Detective
correct.
Barnes? Now, for today, you can't renegotiate with him, or he will know we are still talking with each other. So for tomorrow, when he brings up texting me, you need to be strong and not give in to him. In fact, you need to start to hate me. You need to tell him, quote, I don't care if you text Darrin. He is not talking to me anyway. What do I care? Period. Close quote. If you decide to stay, you need to know that what you are up against. He texted me his final goal with you, and this is what he texted me, ... Quote, I'll be sure to record her when she tells me I am the only man for her, and she hates you and everything you have together. When she screams how much she wants me, ... Close quote. This is what he wrote, so I believe this is what he will work towards. For some reason, us being together has shattered the man in ways neither of us could imagine. So if you stay, you have to prepare yourself to be able to hate me and tell him that. I love you, I am still here, and this does not scare me away. Goes on. You can leave the house but stay in Dallas. He gives her options. You can leave the house and stay in Dallas. We would have to get you a place to live, but I don't think he would try to come over and attack you. Then you could call the cops on him easy. I could come out and stay with you and help you set things up if that's what you want to do. This is a lot to take in, and I hate that we are in this situation. Any choice will be difficult for us, but we will and can get through all this together. I will support any decision you choose, any choice you make. Will not or cannot stop my love for you in any way. I am here with you through all of this, right by your side through the darkness. We will find the light and come out together even stronger with each other. I love you with all my heart. I do not mean to sound like this is pressuring you in any way, but I thought that you should know the full scope of what Jamie is doing and what I see his goal as being. You have my love and support. Take your time and make the choice that you can most live with. Take your time. I will be here no matter what you choose to do. I wish I had better news for you and a simple way out for us. But we have caused Jamie to lose his mind, and this is the state he is in, and I don't think he will change very quickly from his fucked up thinking. I miss you and love you. You are forever my soulmate. Nothing can change that, and I will be here waiting to hold you and love you. As you wish, D. Darrin Lopez to Jennifer. Love you, subject. Monday, April 6th, 7:43 p.m., same day. Hello, Angel. If he drives you away, I so want you with me. If he drives you away, I need you in my life. I just want to hold you tight. Your head on my chest, just us together, letting me take care of you in all ways. That is all I want. Everything else can come much later. Let us just be like we were on the bus through Europe. I loved those rides with you. Just want you close and safe in my arms. That's what I really want from you now. Always with you, your soulmate, as you wish, D. Darrin Lopez to Jennifer, Tuesday, April 7th, subject line, it's working, but ... Hello, Angel. I love you with all my heart. I know it's been a long, hard night. I have been with you all through it. He says he broke you. You called me a mistake, and he said he was the only man for you. Good job. You are being strong. I love you. But he said you are not working today. Have one final big test. Then that if you pass, you may get your life back. But he will still make sure every now and then that you know who you belong to. I love you so much. The test, he said, will be a, quote, field trip, close quote. He plans on taking you somewhere. He has talked about other men being, has he talked about other men being with you? He has told me he would let others use you. At this point, Detective Barnes, we have not seen any text messages from Jamie, correct?
No.
Or phone call?
No, ma'am.
Just want you to know what he said to me. I love you and I'm still here. You can still leave. I am here. If you keep Amber close, maybe he can't take you anywhere. I just want you to be prepared. I love you. I still love you so much. Need you so much in my life. We will get through this. I am forever your true love, as you wish. D. As far as you know, Detective Barnes was any calls for service in and around this time about a potential check on Jennifer Faith?
No, there wasn't.
Darrin Lopez to Jennifer, you did it, so proud of you. Tuesday, April 7th, 2020, 3:13 p.m. Hello, Angel. Come and fall into my arms and let me hold you and take care of you. I was with you through it all. You did so good. I hope the country music sent you to me. He had no idea we had been talking and knew what was coming for us today. You still belong to me. You are my heart forever. He is making you put your wedding rings back on. He also said he's going to make you put a tattoo of his name on your ring finger. I don't care about that. We can change all that. You did so good today. He was texting me as they asked you the questions at the end. Any text so far, Detective Barnes, that you see on this phone?
No.
All right. I was here shouting out the answers you should tell him, and you did. I was so happy you answered correctly. He really thinks he broke you and has driven me off. He got mad today I wasn't threatening him or responding. Again, any texts or calls at this point from Jamie Faith?
No.
I knew me keeping quiet was the best thing to do. I love you with all my heart and soul, knowing I will be holding you the rest of the day. I know you went through so much these past days, but I want you to come here with me sooner than the 5 years we talked about. I would love for you to start thinking how you can make that happen. I love you with all my heart. Thank you for surviving all of this for us. You did so good. I am so proud of you and makes my heart soar to know I still have you as you wish, D. Darrin Lopez to Jennifer. We must be very careful still. Subject line. Tuesday, April 7th, 3:25 p.m. Hello, Angel. Just thinking we still must be very careful, and he will be watching you close. Big thing. Big in all caps. All caps. No, no, no country music. ... He knows you started listening to country music with me. That is why he played country in your headphones. He wanted you to start to hate it. So you cannot, all caps, play country at home. That will set him off. He wants to make sure you know that. We will be super careful in our texting still. Keep using 575 and make sure you erase everything. I know he will keep checking your phone and maybe even keep it still for a few more days. As you wish, D. Darrin Lopez to Jennifer. Subject, you did not betray us. Tuesday, April 7th, 3:49 p.m. Hello, Angel. I'm so proud of you. Thank you for keeping up the fight, but you still had to take those vows again and say his name. I love you so much, all caps. I hope you heard me telling you, quote, all caps, say his name. You are not betraying us. I kept sending that to you when he told me you were still fighting. Again, any calls or texts that show up on this phone, the cell extraction from Jamie Faith at this point.
No.
He has not beaten us. You belong to me. You are mine to love and hold and keep. I'm so proud of you. You did what you had to do. All caps, you did not betray me. Know that in your heart, I am your soulmate. We are still together through all of this. I love you so much. We are stronger together through this. I am here always as you wish, D. Did you go to the next one? Yeah. Darrin Lopez to Jennifer. Subject, I messed up. Wednesday, April 8th, 12:53 a.m. Angel, he got me. Oh, fuck me. I am so sorry I blew it for us. All caps, oh my God. It's all my fault. So sorry. So sorry. As you wish, D. Any calls for service up to this point that you know of to 926 Waverly Place?
No, ma'am.
Darrin Lopez to Jennifer. Subject line, so sorry I ruined it all. Wednesday, April 8th, 2020, 1:01 a.m. Angel, I am praying for you. All caps, I let him trick me. I don't know what happened. Fuck, I ruined it. All blame me. All my fault. Okay. So the next thing that we have in order is a email from Jennifer Faith to Darrin Lopez forwarding a USPS tracking in which she is sending something to Justice Lopez. So after an email where on April 8th where he is saying he ruined it all, she can blame him. On April 9th, she is sending his daughter a package from the United States Postal Service. Okay. All right, Detective Barnes, break this up just for a moment. At this point, we start getting emails from the JamieFaith511 gmail.com.
That's correct.
All right. I should have done this earlier, but I'm going to show you what's in Martha States 209 and 210. And this goes with the email accounts. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and these are Google subscriber information for both the Jamie Faith account 511 and the R. Schmidt account 225. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and it shows creation of the account and deletion of the account. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. At this point, I would like to offer the states 209 and 210 for all purposes. It matches the times, the dates.
Objection.
They're admitted. You may.
So what we have up on the screen, the Google subscriber information. Do you think we could keep the lights on as long as we could see it? Is that?
You don't see the screen?
Oh, it is. Okay, that's all right. The Google subscriber information, we see that the James Faith email was created on 4/9 of 2020.
That's correct.
Oh, yes. Next email, Jamie Faith to Darrin, titled, "Please stay away," date Friday, April 10th. So a day after this is, the fake email is created, correct?
Yes.
Okay. It's a long email, but basically, Darrin, I got your email from Jen's phone. I would normally call you to discuss this, but I don't want this to be an angry conversation. So it's easier for me to send you an email and hope we can settle this in a civil manner. I want to make a plea to you, man, to please leave my family alone. I know you and Jennifer have a strong history together, but the fact is you haven't been around. I have. You have no right to come waltzing back into her life and destroy everything she and I had built together. If someone had done that to your family, you would not have stood for it. The fact is, I don't work without her. And it goes on, fairly polite. I know you don't like some of the things I've done since you've come into my world and started to destroy it. And for that, I am sorry, but I don't need your approval. That's between Jen and I, and just like everything else, all caps, is my relationship with her. It's cute you think you need to protect her, but where have you been for the past 22 years? I know right now you think everything is going to be perfect if the two of you start a life together, but you and I both know the newness wears off in a relationship, and when you need to start dealing with the day-to-day details of life, you lose interest, and then you'll hurt her. You don't believe that now, but it will come. So man to man, I'm telling you to stay away from my family. It's obvious that you and Jen can't keep your communication to a friendship, so I'm asking that you stop communicating with Jen. Don't worry about her being hurt. I'll be here to pick up the pieces. Jamie Faith. Then we have the next email, Darrin Lopez to Jamie Faith, subject response. Saturday, April 11th, 2020, 12:21 p.m. Jamie, it seems we're in an impasse in that each of us does not trust each other. I respect you asking me not to contact Jen, but for her safety, I cannot agree to that. I am her friend, and I know how hurt and scared she is right now. I would like to point out a few things. First, you got involved in this by disrespecting her privacy and looking in places you should not have. By doing this, you have crazy thoughts running through your head. I know the life Jen has created for herself, and I'm very happy and proud that she did. She's accomplished awesome things and deserves to keep them all. I have never had the intent to rip her from her life. It seems you think that I will be showing up tomorrow and taking her away, and that has never been the case. Believe it or not, I have my own life here, and I'm not able to just pick up and leave. You alone have this idea in your head. Jen does not want to lose what she has there, and I would not ask her to do that. And it goes on. Telling him to be the husband that you say you want to be. Respect her and let her feel safe around you. And being more at home with you, Darrin. Then Darrin forwarded this email to Jennifer, the one written to Jamie. Jamie Faith responds to Darrin Lopez, RE, response, Saturday, April 11th, 2020 at 1:01 p.m. First off, don't insult me. You're more than friends. Second, you didn't address any of my concerns. Third, her safety is my responsibility, not yours. I'm done communicating with you. My priority right now is to make sure Jen knows where she belongs and who she belongs to, and you can check in with her all you want. She'll learn what to tell you and what not to. And Detective Barnes, again, we see no phone calls from Jamie Faith to Darrin Lopez or back at this point.
No, ma'am.
Okay? The next thing that we have in the communication is a video. Okay, and this video this is during COVID, so this video is from the Easter of last year, correct?
Yes.
And we have viewed this video. This video is Saturday, April 11th, 2020 at 2:55 p.m., which is an hour after the last email from Jamie Faith to Darrin Lopez. Do you recognize whose house this is?
Yes, that's inside the Faith residence on 926 Waverly.
Okay. And do you recognize who's holding the video?
I believe it's Jennifer Faith.
Okay. And it appears she's having some sort of Easter egg hunt, correct?
That's correct.
Did anybody look at the microwave?
And the man in the Superman shirt, that would be,
That's James Faith.
I'm sorry?
James Faith.
They're all fighting in the microwave. Okay, that's good. Give her a head start upstairs. Okay, come on, Kayla. Better get to go first. Good job. Everybody got a lot of things to do. Go. Wait. Here we go. 1, 2, 3.
And let's just reiterate, Detective Barnes, this video was sent from Jennifer to Darrin,
That's correct.
picturing her and her husband with a Superman shirt on, James Faith, in this video.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, next email, Jennifer Faith, on Saturday, April 11, 2020, 7:26 p.m. to Darrin Lopez, in which she forwarded an email from Jamie Faith at the Jamie Faith 511 account where he sends an eating well article. And she forwards it on to Darrin. All right. Now we start to see some text messages between Jennifer Faith and Darrin Lopez. You can, if Detective Barnes, if you'll read. Okay, it's just one. I'll go ahead and read it. On 4/15/2020, 2:50 a.m. Listen to mine, ... calm, ... feel my warmth, from Darrin Lopez. Do you have any idea what that X means on the text bubble?
It indicates that that text message was deleted.
Okay. So it was attempted to be deleted, but wasn't fully deleted.
That's correct.
It's still showing up.
Yes.
Okay. And then we start the next communication during this time, not just in Darrin's cell phone, but communication that is chronological, would be the text that Jennifer Faith starts to have with Tina Spring, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the Tina Spring that you remember speaking to, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, I can't, never mind. 4/20/20, 2:51 p.m. So I have no idea when I'm going to be able to talk to you over the phone, but I am pretty much having a full-blown emotional affair. Yeah. We believe, and Jamie knows about it, and we will go through this because this has already been presented to the jury. He was in Special Forces. That Jamie knows. Where he lives, the jury's already heard this. on 4/25/20, 4:58 a.m. I hope you don't think I have a problem. LOL. From Jen to Darrin with the X again on there. Again, Detective Barnes denoting attempted delete of a text, correct?
Yes.
All right, next. This is okay. This is from Jamie Faith. Jamie Faith 511, Friday, May 8th, 2020, 1:14 p.m. to Darrin Lopez. Subject, Jen. Has she been telling you everything like she is supposed to? I have a feeling she has stopped talking to you about what's been going on. I am finally going to get what I want from her this weekend. Make sure and ask her about it. Look up any rough, gang-bang, triple penetration with breath control porn, and that's what we will be doing to her. See if she will tell you. If she doesn't, I'll need to start sending details again. Is it on the screen? Okay. Jamie Faith to Darrin Lopez, subject, all caps, nice. This is Saturday, May 9th, 2020, 10:52 p.m. He sends a photo. We split her like a peach, or should I say an Oreo. It was great. I hope she tells you the details. You will need to email me some keywords tomorrow. It's a requirement to get her out of Monday. At this point, Detective Barnes, are there any calls for service to 926 Waverly Place?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Anything having to do with Jennifer Faith?
No.
Okay. And any calls or no calls or texts that we have seen between Jamie Faith and Darrin Lopez at this point?
No.
Next email, James Faith sends to Darrin Lopez, Saturday, May 9th, 2020, 11:21 p.m. Good stuff. Enjoy knowing you can't do a fucking thing about it. And sends these photos. And Detective Barnes, we've seen that forearm photo before. We're going to see it again, correct?
That's correct.
All right, next email. Jamie Faith, Monday, May 11, 2020, 10:45 a.m. to Darrin Lopez. Subject, thanks. It's a good system we have. You get her going and lubed up all night for me, and so when she comes to me, I can start pounding her right away. And usually she already got herself off with you, so I don't even need to take care of that. Once I use her for whatever I want, training starts until she is exhausted and begging for rest. Too bad you will never know the sweet tone of her begging me to let her go. Sometimes she even pays me to be released. It has been a good birthday so far. Jen is required to hold all the jizz that's already inside her until I tell her she can let it start to drip down her legs. I have you to thank for the activity today, but I was surprised I didn't get any keywords. Don't worry, we're letting her get some work done in between sessions. I'm sure she will text you. And again, any calls for service to Waverly Place or anything with Jennifer Faith?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, we do show that this email from Darrin, or to Darrin, Darrin forwarded back to Jen. Okay. In this particular, we see Darrin is sending to Jen a letter or an email that he's going to send to Jamie. Angel below is the email I wrote out for Jamie. In it, I am threatening to go to the police and his work with the text, emails, and pictures. I tell him I have the pictures of your injuries that you have sustained, and with those and the rest is enough for me to take to the Dallas PD, where they will open an investigation into him and Jeremy. Is this the first time we're hearing about Jeremy?
Yes.
When you read this, know it is just a threat, but I would need you to send me just one picture showing your injuries. I went this route because it seems that when I threaten the cops, he seems to listen and back off some. So telling him I have all the pics and his texts and emails, I think will scare him straight. Up to this point, I know he does not think I have any of that. Which, pause here. We just saw an email where Jamie was sending Darrin pics, correct?
That's correct.
All right. The downside to this email is that he could just ignore it and still continue on with you. But I think this could give him pause. But you would need to be willing to probably answer some questions asked by him. Simply, if you took pics, which you did, so that is not a lie. As to the police, you can say you will not file charges, but if the police come asking you direct questions, you will not lie to them. In that aspect, I think that would put him on guard. He knows you don't lie, and when asked direct questions, you will tell the truth. So in that respect, I think this email carries great weight to scare him away. Back to acting in a more appropriate way with you. Read it, think about it. No, I will not do anything you're against, but I would need your help in them. First, I need one pic, and then second, you would have to be able to answer the questions from Jamie, which could be a 50-50 possibility because we know he doesn't bring things up much. The other thing he could ask would be, will I do it? And you can simply tell him that I'm a man of my word and will follow through with anything I have told Jamie. In that way, he will know that I will send emails and also that I will keep silent if his behavior improves. If you are against this in any way, I will understand. And then he proceeds to send a letter to, oh, that's right, okay? Jennifer Faith then, on Monday, May 11th at 11:05 a.m., about 10 minutes after the email from Darrin to her, replies with one photo. The forearm pic, correct?
Yes.
The picture that had been previously sent from Jamie to Darrin. Now, Jennifer is sending it to Darrin, and Darrin is going to send in the next email, in his letter to Jamie, the very photo that Jamie has already sent him. Jamie, the words I have for you are these. You are so fucked. You are sitting there thinking I can do nothing to stop you from abusing Jen, and I'm going to show you that I have plenty to ruin and destroy your life. What you don't know, and I'm not sure if Jen even recalls this, but you had her so fucked up after you started abusing her and having her raped. It was easy for me to convince her to take pictures of her injury and send them to me. So I have graphic photographic evidence of all the abuse that she has sustained from you. I have enclosed one pic to prove to you that I have them, and I have many more to send along to the authorities. Putting these pics alongside the very graphic texts and emails you sent shows a very clear picture of domestic abuse and rape she has sustained. Pausing there, Detective Barnes, on a common sense level, this is a man, Jamie Faith, who works at American Airlines, correct?
That's correct.
And is an IT director, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But everything that we're seeing here is being sent via email, correct?
Yes.
All right. Putting those pics alongside the very graphic texts and emails you sent shows a very clear picture of domestic abuse and the rape she has sustained. In talking with law enforcement friends, I have enough evidence to bring to the Dallas PD where they will open up an investigation into you and Jeremy. I will be passing along Jeremy's name too to the police. I would add the other men's names, but you never told them to me. I hope you know them. The detectives will be asking you for the other names. Now, the evidence I have may not be enough to prosecute you with, but I figure just an investigation from the police will start to fuck up your life pretty good. But I won't stop there. Your employer, American Airlines, needs to be made aware of what one of their top executives is doing. I don't think they will like having an abuser and rapist working for them. So I will send them everything I have so they can do their own internal investigation. I'm sure they will have some questions for you. Since you brought up Jen's work in this, I will email everything I have to Rob. I am sure he will not think it was very nice of you to lie to him about Jen being sick for a week, but she needed the week to recover from all the abuse you gave. I bet that will be a great conversation between you two. If you are thinking that you have Jen's video consent for all this, you might have forgotten that in your text you confessed to me how you and Jeremy spliced everything together so the police would have that already. I hope you are starting to realize the utter destruction I can bring down on you and how your life will be destroyed from many angles. But there's still hope for you. For some reason, Jen still believes you have redeeming qualities. So for that, and the fact that it's your birthday, I'm giving you a last chance to keep me from sending out all the emails. You must only do one simple thing. In all caps, stop abusing Jen. What does that mean specifically? 1, you will never take Jen away from the house to be used and raped by other men. 2, no Jeremy ever again. Pay attention to this. Since you brought Jeremy into this, I hold you responsible for all his actions. That means if he contacts Jen or texts her, I will send out the emails and your life will be ruined. 3, all the fucked up sexual things you were doing to Jen will stop. She has asked you before, but now I hold you to this. You will ask Jen for permission before any sexual activity with her. If I find out that you are hurting her in any way, I will send the emails. This is your one and only chance to keep my silence in all of this. I am a man of my word, so if you fail in any aspect, I will destroy your life. I also will keep silent in this if you stop abusing Jen. For your information, the statute of limitations for rape in Texas is 10 years. So I will keep all the evidence safe and secure for the next 10 years, ready to use against you if you ever go back on your word and start abusing Jen again. Jen thinks you can be saved, and I hope to prove her correct. Do the right thing, or you will suffer the consequences that your actions have brought. Darrin, P.S. I just got your email. Your sick birthday shit stops now, or the emails will go out this afternoon and your life will begin to crumble. All right. Next email, Darrin Lopez, Monday, May 11th, 11:30 a.m. And these past texts, Detective Barnes emails have almost all been on, well, these last few have been on May 11th, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, clearly Jamie completely disregards Darrin. Darrin emails Jamie Faith Monday, May 11th, 2020 at 11:30 a.m. Subject in all caps, get Jen home now. Take Jen home right now or I will call the cops about a domestic disturbance at your home. What will Amber think when she answers the doors to cops being there? You have 30 minutes to get her home and for her to call me or the cops will be called. Jamie Faith to Darrin Lopez, May 11th again, 11:38 a.m. That's fine. I just gathered everyone up so they can fuck her now all at once. We're going to make her text you about what we are doing to her and how she feels, since you want to be that close to her. Her wrists are tied together, but she has her phone and is able to text. Any calls for service for Jennifer Faith at this point?
No, ma'am.
Darrin Lopez to Jamie Faith. Subject, cops called. Monday, May 11th, 2020, 11:43. Just reported fighting at your house with a female being forced into a car. They are on their way to your house now. Again, so we're clear. Were there any calls for service to 926 Waverly Place or for Jennifer Faith on May 11th?
No, ma'am.
Or previous before that?
No.
Jamie Faith responding back to Darrin Lopez. Subject, R.E. Get Jen home now in all caps. She's so fucking feisty. Her mouth gets her into so much trouble. Or in this case, her texts do. She obviously needs some even bigger dicks to come penetrate her. We want to give her what she wants. Okay. Next email, Jamie Faith to Darrin Lopez. Pics, Monday, May 11th, 2020. Can you get this too? And due to the graphic nature of these pictures, I'm just going to show them to the jury, if that's okay.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. And then turn the lights on. And again, this is an email, pics, sent to Darrin Lopez. Presumably, that's Jennifer Bale. Your Honor, would you like to see them? Oh, okay. And the next email we have is the Google subscriber information. Now, this is for Rob Schmidt, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Detective Barnes, can you just read when the creation of the account was?
It's created on May 13th, 2020.
Okay. And can you read the email address?
The email address is Schmidt, SCHMITTR225@gmail.com.
Okay. So at this point, we have Jamie Faith's account, and now we have a Rob Schmidt account, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. The next email we have is from Jennifer to Darrin, Tuesday, May 12th, 2020, 11:52 p.m. Its subject is injury pics. Interestingly, she is sending the very same pics, correct, Detective Barnes, except for one,
That's correct.
which is the one that is new.
The injury to a lip at the bottom right corner of the email.
Okay. Is there anything of note about that particular photo?
The lip is bleeding and the teeth appear to be children-sized teeth.
Okay. The next email we have, it appears to be, and if you can see at the top, and I know this is no subject. So it appears to be a draft. This is off Darrin's email of a hand choking a woman or a neck. Oh, and I'm sorry, let me do the date and time. This is Wednesday, May 13th, 2020 at 2:19 a.m. Okay. And then this is an example where it may have rounded up to 220, is what you see on the screen. All right, no subject on this one. And this is a picture, and the date on this. What's the date on that? At 2:20 a.m., he sends this picture to himself. And then again, at 2:20 a.m., he sends the picture to himself. And then Wednesday, 5/13, 2:20 at 9:49 a.m., he sends the picture with an attachment, and now he has a subject line, pick. Okay. Next email, we now have Darrin Lopez emailing Rob. Subject line, Jen Faith needs help. This is Wednesday, May 11th at 10:31 p.m. in which he sends an email but also attaches the choking pic and then the mouth pic. Correct, Detective Barnes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we're talking about 10:31 a.m., which would be about an hour after he sent the choking pic to himself. Hello, Rob. I am Darrin Lopez. I am an old friend of Jen Faith. I reconnected with her in mid-March. I was the one putting the smile on her face. I think she mentioned me to you. Not positive, though. I'm writing to ask you for your help. Jamie, Jen's husband, is physically and sexually abusing her. This started at the end of March when Jamie broke into Jen's phone and read the text messages between the two of us. Jamie started to physically abuse her at home, and then he started to take her to his friend's house, Jeremy, where he was having Jen gang raped for her talking to me. Do you recall the week at the end of March when Jamie called you to say that Jen was sick and needed the week off? Jen was not sick, but needed that time to recover from the abuse that she received from him and the other men. Jamie is getting pleasure from hurting her in extreme ways and sexually abusing her. When he does this, he takes Jen's phone and he texts me the graphic details of what he is doing to Jen and even sends the pictures. Do we have any texts between Jamie and Darrin at this point?
No, we don't.
This past weekend was his birthday, and he took great pleasure in hurting Jen. His birthday is May 11th, is that correct?
Yes.
Jamie Faith, which explains the email. Jamie Faith 511, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. This time he sent me emails directly from him. I am asking if you are willing to get involved and help Jen get out of this situation. First, you can check in with Jen. I told her last night I wanted to contact you, and she gave me your email. She's finally at the point where she is done being abused. So I'm thinking if you reach out, she knows that someone else cares and does not blame, and she won't blame herself for this. Second, would you be willing to contact Jamie either by email or phone? If he knows someone other than me, he might back into a proper mindset. Jamie does not think I am able to do anything to stop him. I have emailed Jamie with no positive response from him, only more sick things he sends back. Also at this point, I mean, again, we have no calls from Darrin trying to contact Jamie that we see, correct? In his phone. To this point, Jen has not wanted the police involved, but I feel she might be changing her mind in that respect too. Jamie only does things late at night once Amber goes to sleep. And let's make this clear. When Amber goes to sleep, how old is Amber?
She's in her 20s.
Okay, at the time of this, even in 2020, she was in her 20s, correct?
Yes, she's
a
correct.
college graduate.
That's correct.
Okay. Then Jamie makes up excuses to take Jen away from the house to abuse her. I have the emails from this weekend to send to you if you want to see them, but I must warn you the emails are very graphic, showing Jen in various sexual positions being abused. So just let me know if you wish to see them. You can email me or my cell number. And he gives his actual cell number, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do we see any phone calls or Darrin trying to reach out and get Rob's phone number?
No.
Okay. P.S. The pics are from last night. Jamie slapped Jen during doing this to her lip, and then he sent me the pic. And then Jamie Faith, sent me the pic of him choking her. We do not have an email from Jamie Faith sending that pic, do we?
No, we don't.
No. We have an email of Darrin sending that pic to himself, correct?
That's correct.
All right.
Mr. Once you mark your spot, members of the jury, we're going to take a break. Please be back in the jury room in 15 minutes. That would be 1:40. Please don't discuss the case among yourselves, and please don't do any independent research. All rise for the jurors. Can I see the lawyers real quick?
How many times has this happened? When did it start? I know he sent you pictures, and I don't think I want to see them, but how bad does this seem? Is her life in danger? I am actually pretty certain Jen would be upset if you showed me those pictures. Does Jen know that Jamie has been contacting you and sending you pictures? What does she think is going on with Jamie? Has she tried talking to him? Sorry for the interrogation. I'm really shocked, and the more I think about it, the more questions I have, and I don't want to bother Jen today. And just as a reminder, Detective Barnes, these are both emails from Jamie Faith and Schmidt R225 that were created. These are not the actual human, Rob and Jamie.
That's correct.
All right. Darrin Lopez, back to Robert Schmidt, subject RE, thanks for responding. Wednesday, May 13th, 2020, 11:56 a.m. Rob, you are not a bother. Please ask anything. To start to answer your questions, it started at the end of March with that first gang rape the weekend before Jamie called you saying Jen was sick all that week. At the time, I know it was Jamie with 6 other men. It has continued since that time, but not as bad. Usually just Jamie and Jeremy abused her on the weekends, Friday nights and Saturday nights. But this weekend was Jamie's birthday, so he wanted something special. He abused her all day Saturday, then took her back.